never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, looking at the clock, we crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So here we go. We're going to roll into a Friday. Matter of fact, the final Friday here in the month of June. Yeah, next Friday, July 1. Hard to believe. Wow, 4th of July weekend just around the corner here. So I trust you've had a good week, right? We'll try to wrap it all up here over the next 5 hours. Lots to update on. All right, so they had their little powwow. All the big oil executives sitting down with the energy secretary and other administration officials. Oddly enough, not the president. All right, Supreme Court rulings. Yeah, did not get the final Roe versus Wade, the much anticipated ruling, but did get a ruling. Big piece of gun legislation. That was a pretty big one. Upholding the Constitution is the word. That's the big discussion from the Supreme Court this past day. So there's a handful of rulings yet to come our way between now and next Friday. And it's almost inevitable the Roe versus Wade will be forthcoming next week, right? I don't know if do they release anything on Fridays? Could it come down today? I'm not even sure. But welcome aboard, OvernightDriveRadio.com. Good to have you with us, TNCRadio.live. Hello to Tom Kelly and all the crew, where it was another scorcher of a day there in Houston, Texas at the TNC headquarters. As we've been talking all week long, that massive heat dome with the triple-digit highs that indeed continues into and through the weekend. It's going to be compressed more into the south central states and the southeast for the upcoming weekend, though. We did begin to see a bit of relief throughout parts of the Midwest, the northern plains. We are beginning to look for a kind of an unsettled pattern, though, in the northern tier of the country. Let's start there with our travelers' weather. The overall picture tonight, relatively quiet. Spotty showers here and there, a few rumbles of thunder through central portions of Minnesota, moving into northwestern portions of Wisconsin tonight. Another cluster of showers in northern Kansas. I don't believe any of this prompting severe weather. But the cooler air that has settled across the northern plains after that cold front replaced the recent spell of record-challenging heat, that tranquil weather pattern's going to be rather short-lived. Looks like we're going to be talking about the severe weather threat beginning to ramp up as we end the week here. According to forecasters from AccuWeather, there may be multiple days where severe weather will largely occur overnight, elevating the threat for more as many residents will be sleeping as the strong storms roll through the region. The upper Midwest, the northern plains, you've been able to enjoy some comfortable, dry conditions over the past couple of days since that last round of severe storms rolled through the area early this week. That was Monday. North Dakota to Minnesota into parts of Nebraska. All said and done, 170 damaging wind reports had come in, almost 40 reports of hail, and there were a handful of tornadoes. Those are some of the same areas that will be in the path of another round of, maybe round or two, we should say, of severe weather to end the week as temperatures and humidity levels rise due to the expansion of that heat dome that sent the mercury over 100 degrees in the southern U.S. much of this week. Cities such as Fargo, North Dakota, Minneapolis, you were approaching daily records as you were into the mid-90s this past day. The long-standing record high in Fargo for this past day was 96 degrees. Well, it's a pretty dramatic change. Temperatures were in the low 80s on Wednesday, so you saw a pretty decent surge in temperatures. So as far as severe weather is concerned, the first round of severe weather did bring some thunderstorms that will continue through the overnight hours. There's a couple of pieces of energy moving across the northern plains. We did see multiple reports of tornadoes this past day in Kansas, including along I-70 near Wilson, Kansas, as well as Ellsworth, Kansas. Large hail reported as a result of storms this past day. Matter of fact, 2-inch hail reported near Baxter, Minnesota. So the northern plains, the upper Midwest, once again, will face that threat of severe weather as we roll into the Friday here. Residents around Fargo, North Dakota, Aberdeen, South Dakota, could deal with a round of potentially damaging thunderstorms. Now, even storms that are not severe can still pose a danger. Looking back on Wednesday, a lightning strike from a non-severe storm actually killed a woman and her 2 dogs in Southern California. Those were some of those dry thunderstorms we had been talking about the potential for all week. So by later today, the threat for severe storms is expected to remain in that same region of the country, northern Minnesota to southern Nebraska. Storms are anticipated to be a bit more organized in this part of the central USA. Any storm later Friday afternoon, Friday night could feature some large hail, wind gust potentially up to maybe 90 miles per hour, and even a few isolated tornadoes. You're going to be traveling, moving freight along I-29, 80, 90, or 94. Remain on alert. Could see some sudden changes in road conditions. Although locally damaging thunderstorms are possible, the rainfall could be largely beneficial for areas where we've got the wheat and the corn crops in the center of the nation. There's a rule of thumb, they say, that farmers in the northern plains go by. Around an inch of rain per week is nearly ideal for most corn and soybean fields this time of year. Some locations across southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, even into southern Wisconsin may experience rainfall of this magnitude with some of these storms that roll through the region through Friday evening and Friday night. As we get on into the weekend, forecasters tell us the heat will be trimmed back in the northern plains as the cold front responsible for bringing the severe weather passes to the south. Even though that front will bring a bit of relief from the heat on Saturday in the form of a few showers and thunderstorms, by the time Sunday rolls around, temperatures from the northern plains to the Midwest will actually be several degrees below average. We haven't been saying that a lot. Sunday looks to be an ideal, comfortable day. Beautiful conditions, cooler conditions, low humidity will be taking hold across the region. A fantastic day for outdoor activities there, according to forecasters. Looks like we've got some decent weather on tap there in Tennessee. It's smoking in the Smokies this weekend. I saw Kyle was just a few hours ago. He posted on the way. I believe that gets underway later today. That's a Friday and Saturday event. Give you more on smoking in the Smokies coming up here. Meanwhile, we'll get the latest on the heat wave, again, that we've been talking about all week long, the high temperatures. We will begin to look for a brief surge of, well, maybe an actual heat wave moving into the northwestern portions of the country this weekend. Now, many people may recall the historic heat wave back in June of last year. The coming days will be the hottest for many areas since last August, they tell us. Northwest got a little taste of summer warmth here and there so far in the month of June, but you're going to get a true taste, a new surge of warm air Saturday into Monday. It'll be enough to push temperatures well into the 80s and 90s. Washington, Oregon, Idaho, of course, here we are just a few days officially into summer, the summer solstice marking the official start of summer back on Tuesday of this week. How warm will it get? It's not going to be nearly the heat wave that you encountered back in June of last year, but hey, it's officially summertime. All right, hello to young Colton on board again out of the box this early Friday morning. Todd is on board. Heat wave present and accounted for. Joe Self, morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. A pleasant 64 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Friday. Hope everybody enjoys their weekend. Ice Cream Man checking in. Morning, Steve. Ice Cream Man running down I-5 to the belly of the beast, L.A., for a 5 a.m. delivery from Sacramento. All right, Ice Cream Man, have fun. Belly, you gotta love it. Belly of the beast. Let's see. Kimmy just put you on. There's Jeff. Getting ready to hit the hay. Y'all be safe. Remember, supposed to see 5 planets tonight, just before the sun rises. And it's the thing that's been visible for a number of days. But yeah, this morning, Friday morning, is supposed to be, I guess, the peak of this whole planetary alignment. It's been greeting risers throughout the month. It won't happen again until the year 2040. But as we've been saying, throughout the month of June, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn have been kind of lined up from left to right in the southeastern sky in their orbital order from the sun. Well, this morning, Friday morning, June the 24th, the Planet Parade is kind of joined by a special guest in the form of the crescent moon, which will be slotted in right between Venus and Mars, kind of acting as a stand-in for the Earth in that planetary procession. Yeah, Mercury should rise about an hour before the sun comes up later this morning, so you should have ample time to get a glimpse of the whole parade of planets before the sun puts an end to the viewing party, as they put it. This is not one to be missed, they tell us. According to Space.com, the last time these 5 planets had kind of aligned was back in 2004, and again, will not occur again until the year 2040. According to the BBC Science Focus, best time to see the alignment will be from right about 3:40 a.m. and sunrise, which technically about 4:43 a.m. this morning. Saturn leads out the parade. Saturn rising. It's rising as we speak. The exact time kind of varies depending on your specific location. So check out there are these awesome sky watching apps. Sky Safari is one of them. Software like Starry Night to check out for the best time from your location. All right, some of the best stargazing apps that are available out there. All right, peak of this planetary alignment later this morning. All right, Yogi Bear's checking in. Everybody have a safe night. Here's the 15 car. Happy Friday from Charlotte, Steve. Been listening on the app, but had to hop over here to check in via YouTube. Safe travels, everybody, and have a great weekend. All right, Lisa, the Def Leppard fan. Morning from, it's Gilligan's daughter. All right, in Kaiser, West Virginia. Trying to finish up a night at work. Well, good to have you with us there. Have a wonderful night. All right, we will do so. Kevin checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Copy in the mail. There's Chevy Guy. Brian is on board. Being woke is for losers. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 81 degrees here at the Parks Livestock, Humphrey, Nebraska. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger, and R.I.P., King of the Cowboys, Cotton Rouser. All right, high pressure pumping on board. Let's roll. A rock pick checking in, saying hello from Rochester, New York, where I'm going to enjoy the radio show via my telephone. Happy Friday. Stay safe and enjoy. All right. Hello to Mercury Man checking in from Yazoo City, Mississippi with 82 degrees. I'd like to say congratulations to the Ole Miss Rebels for making it to the College World Series championship game. First time ever. Hotty toddy. Deborah checks in from Indiana. A nice 66 degrees here this morning. Everyone have a great weekend. Be safe out there, especially my special driver that I get to see later today. All right, enjoy that. Happy Friday. Hello to Pappy. He said, is it a full moon? What the hell? No, it's definitely not a full moon, but I can only assume that means the crazies are out tonight. I guess we got a little action here going on in Southwest Ohio, keeping Pappy busy, huh? Richard checks in from Central Florida with 75 degrees. Let's see. Hola, everyone, from the home 20 in the Alamo City, where it's a cool 90 degrees at the 11 o'clock hour in the Central Time Zone there. Let's see. I'm an under $10,000 mile, one vehicle at a time, door-to-door driver. I've been listening for years, all the way back to your dad and Steve. I'm thinking at least 21 years. All right, good to have you with us. Safe travels to all tonight. And I know Steve will have his usual awesome show. Well, thank you so much. There's Dale. Morning, Steve. Going through Missouri on the way to Nebraska tonight. Safe travels to our fellow drivers out there. Have a great show. Norman checking in from North Central Kansas. Finally back at the home 20 once again. Howdy from Kentucky this morning. There's Eskimo Mom on board. Happy Friday. Beautiful weather today at the home 20. Be careful of some lane closures up and down 81 and 75. It's the road work going on, but we've got clear 65 degrees. There's Mike. Steve, enjoy the weekend. Same to the Overnight Drive family. P.S. The overnight tumbler, your overnight drive tumbler keeps ice better than any tumbler I've ever owned. I'm going to buy another one for the camper. And that's Mike there in Beaver Creek. Yeah, I love those Steve Sommers overnight drive tumblers. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Click on shop. And while you're there, you can get your T-shirts, your ball caps, and all that good stuff. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Well, that's where we are on a Friday morning, and it's 844-844-3388. Yes, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little Congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, happy Friday. Good morning from Larry. As he typically says, good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Norman there in Kansas had got some storms moving through tonight. Yep, I mentioned. See it on the radar. Northern Kansas. Actually across much of the state there, northern Kansas. Showers, thunderstorms. Evan says, howdy from Syracuse, New York this morning. Miss Millie's on board. Good morning to the crew. 65 degrees here in the Foster, Kentucky area. I asked for continued prayers for my granddaughter. Going to be having critical heart surgery. She's only 31 years old. Wow. Okay. Thanks for the update, Miss Millie. Hope all goes well with the surgery. Buckeye Boy checking in from Tacoma, Washington with 62 degrees tonight. It's going to be down to 48 in the morning, they tell us. Wow, brr. Well, the unload went well today. Pick up around 11:30 local time Friday morning. Then it's out of this drug-infested, crime-ridden area. Such a shame. I used to really enjoy coming out here. Anyway, it'll take me about 4 days to get back and unload. Then it's vacation time for a couple of weeks. First week at the house taking care of some stuff. Week number 2, it's off to the Florida Panhandle, swimming, golf, and lots of dock and offshore fishing. Going to have a couple of the granddaughters for 4 days in Florida. Sounds like a good time. And my brother, his fiance, and mom's coming as well. Cannot wait. So everyone have a great night and a better weekend. And be careful out there. Nothing like looking forward to vacation, right, Buckeye Boy? Good morning to Jan. Hey there, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Greenville, South Carolina, checking in. Got some storms coming our way in the next couple of days. Everybody be safe. Hillbilly text, tip and a hat. 73 degrees at exit 81 off the big I-75 tonight. All right, in the state of Georgia, there's James says, hopefully we're past the worst of this heat wave here in Georgia. It's been a hot week, hasn't it? Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. 75 degrees clear at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There you go, about 25 past the hour. All right, top story, big discussion. And not a happy president, not a happy vice president. The U.S. Supreme Court ruling in favor of the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association when they determined that New York State has been violating the Second Amendment by requiring gun owners applying for concealed carry licenses to prove they have a worthy need to carry guns in public. Now, this is the first major decision on gun rights in more than a decade. It was a 6-3 ruling led by Justice Clarence Thomas, who says, quote, New York's proper cause requirement violates the 14th Amendment in that it prevents law-abiding citizens with ordinary self-defense needs from exercising their right to keep and bear arms. We know of no other constitutional right that an individual may exercise only after demonstrating to government officers some special need, says Thomas. That is not how the First Amendment works when it comes to unpopular speech or the free exercise of religion. It is not how the Sixth Amendment works when it comes to a defendant's right to confront the witnesses against him. It is not how the Second Amendment works when it comes to public carry for self-defense. You had the dissenting Justices Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan. The gun rights group, a New York affiliate of the National Rifle Association, had sued the state of New York over their what they called their proper cause requirement for granting concealed carry gun licenses, which forced you to prove that you had a proper cause despite failing to define what is a proper cause. Who was making that determination? Now, other than New York, 5 other states require gun owners to prove their need for obtaining a concealed carry permit. Those would be California, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Hawaii, and Maryland. Thomas maintained that the proper cause requirement prevented eligible, law-abiding citizens from exercising their constitutional right to keep and bear arms in public for self-defense. He noted the right to do so is protected by both the Second and 14th Amendments. Isn't that something, right? Right on the heels of Justin Trudeau there in Canada just last week, telling Canadians, you do not have a right to use a gun to defend yourself in that country. In Justice Kavanaugh's separate concurring opinion, he wrote that New York's concealed carry licensing law was constitutionally problematic because it grants open-ended discretion to those licensing officials. This discretion then resulted in applicants being denied for self-defense reasons, which they could not prove as a special need. New York's law is inconsistent with the Second Amendment right to possess and carry handguns for self-defense. Now, Kavanaugh noted objective requirements for concealed carry gun licenses, unlike New York's, do not infringe on Second Amendment rights. There are 43 states that employ objective shall issue licensing regimes. Those regimes may require a licensed applicant to undergo things like fingerprinting, a background check, a mental health records check, training in firearms handling, and in laws regarding use of force, and some other possible requirements. Kavanaugh wrote, deeming those requirements constitutionally permissible because they do not have any sort of open-ended discretion for the licensing officials in those states. They do not require applicants to prove a special need for the license as well. He said the 43 states with objective requirements may continue to require them, but the 6 states, including New York, have to eliminate those open-ended discretionary requirements. So it's not only New York, it's the other 5 states we mentioned there that have similar laws in place. Those have all been struck down. This particular lawsuit originally stemmed from a state resident whose concealed carry license was granted only for hunting. Now, after his neighborhood was plagued with robberies, he petitioned for a license to allow him to carry a gun in public for self-defense. Well, that was denied for not demonstrating his special need for self-defense. And again, who makes that determination? So he ultimately filed the lawsuit in 2018 to overturn the state's requirement. He was joined by another resident there in New York and the gun group. But again, big decision from the Supreme Court. What was the monumental was the word used. Monumental. Clarence Thomas performed a master course in explaining how important our Second Amendment rights are. That was the words from Representative Claudia Tenney this past day after that ruling had come down. More on what she had to say coming up. And, of course, we'll get to your calls ahead here on a Friday morning. It's 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Shortly after a Supreme Court ruled to make it easier to carry concealed guns, President Joe Biden and the Department of Justice slammed the controversial ruling. The president said he was, quote, deeply disappointed by the decision the Supreme Court made to revoke a New York law that required gun owners to provide a reason why they should be able to carry a gun in public.
I am disappointed in the Supreme Court gun decision.
It, I believe, defies common sense and the Constitution.
That was Vice President Kamala Harris. The White House announced a $450 million assistance package for Ukraine that includes 4 more high-mobility artillery rocket systems as the fight with Russia continues. This is USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-883-3024. 800-883-3024. 800-883-3024. That's 800-883-3024.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You aced vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, more on what Claudia Tenney had to say. Constitutional rights, right? Yeah, such rights are fundamental and predetermined in their natural flights that exist for self-defense, not just for people residing in their homes. Now, I really encourage anyone who wants to learn about constitutional rights, the meaning of the interpretation of our Constitution, of promoting and protecting Second Amendment rights, that this is a great read. She's talking about Clarence Thomas's breakdown. I'm not sure how many pages his ruling was. I believe the dissenting was like 135 pages. I mean, some ungodly dissertation. That also goes, she said, for New York's governor, Kathy Hochul, and New York City's mayor, Eric Adams, the Democrats who have criticized the Supreme Court's decision. Of course, as we just heard, the president of the United States and the vice president both immediately criticizing the decision of the Supreme Court. I mean, does our president not even understand the Constitution of the United States? Apparently he doesn't. All right, the Supreme Court case was also supported by the Legal Aid Society of New York. Now, that's a left-leaning group, believe it or not. It's a real sign that this is a good decision for civil rights and for the American people all around the country, not just in New York, said Tenney. Democrats, of course, are going to protest the ruling. They're going to point to gun violence. But Tenney said she wants to know why illegal gun holders are not being prosecuted. This has to be distinguished from the people obtaining illegal guns and committing most of the crimes in cities like New York and around the country. So this is a good distinction for lawful gun owners. For lawmakers to say that they don't uphold their constitutional rights is pretty darn shameful, particularly when you're talking about the governor of New York, who once claimed she was a person who was a strong supporter of Second Amendment rights. Yeah, she may have even had an A rating from the National Rifle Association at one point in time, but she's now claiming we don't have Second Amendment rights. So she now earns herself an F rating. That's a flip-flop that Americans and New Yorkers need to be aware of. Adams, meanwhile, said he does not want his city to become like the Wild Wild West. Well, nobody does, but sadly, many cities around the country, that's the direction we're heading. All right, Supreme Court decision. Big decision this past day. Our number, 844-844-3388. See what Always Moving has on her mind this morning. Happy Friday, Always Moving.
Thank you. Happy Friday to you, too. Just briefly on that Supreme Court decision, I think hearing Biden and Harris's comments and anyone who would disagree with it shows that they are trying to rule and govern on emotion instead of the laws and the
Constitution.
Constitution.
Yep.
You're right.
Yep.
And I could expand on that for a long time, but I will leave it at that. I would be interesting to hear what the dissenting comments were, why you would go against what Thomas laid out, because what you were saying sounded fabulous. So, okay, so I have had a very, very, very rough day, and it does have some chuckles and giggles to it, and I just wanted to kind of share it with everyone, give them a good laugh as they go off to the weekend to enjoy the summer. This is one of those stories that when I would say, you know, this is so embarrassing, but I'm going to tell it anyway, and it would make my daughter roll her eyes, you know, when parents tell stories like that. So I'm like my mother physically, being older, and that I have no internal air conditioning. There is nothing that is trying to cool me down on the inside. And it's just a fact of life. That's the way I am. I see other women my age, they're cool as a breeze. Not me. I'm put me anywhere where it's hot, and I mean the sweat just pours off of me. So having said that, I was out running errands this morning. I get home, I'm trying to take care of things in the barn, empty and feed, blah, blah, blah. And I wanted to put the horses out for the day. And living on the farm, you got to have the barn doors closed to keep the coyotes out, but you got to have the doors open if you're going to have air in the barn. You can't keep the horses in there with the doors shut, even though you have the fan. So I wanted them to go out. And I have a shelter in the second barn, and I was taking hay over there to put over there so I could get them out of the barn, get them out in the fresh air, and the water tanks are there, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I look over, and a section of my fence is gone. And I just stood there, and I almost screamed out loud. It looks like a human has broken the fence post off at the ground, and they peeled it all the way back, pried it all the way back. It's folded back.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking two fence posts, the fence and all. And I just stood there in amazement. Well, I can't put the horses out now. Now the horses have to stay in the barn where it's hot, where there's only one fan. Oh, my God. Is it cheaper to fix the fence, or is it cheaper to put the horses down and pay for the burial? You know, and I couldn't decide. It didn't look like the horses did it. It looks like a human did it. And I thought, who the heck has been at my farm? And on the place where they did it, it's on the absolute farthest place. I mean, it's totally obscured from my normal vision. If you were going to put a hole in my fence, that's where you would put it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at this. I just have a million thoughts running through my mind. Who has been here? Who did this? You know, blah, blah, blah. And I go in, and yeah, the horses have some scuffs on their hips, but not enough to do this kind of damage. And I have been around horses all my life. I've been on the farm and fencing and all for 40-some years, and I know how hard they are on a fence, but I've never seen them do anything like this. So anyway, I totally had a meltdown, and I'm dripping super hot out today, and I'm just dripping wet with sweat, and I got to get to work. I don't have time to deal with this, and I'm trying to think, you know, I've been training for this 55K. I haven't seen my daughter in over a year and a half. I'm getting ready to go on vacation, and daggone it, all the money I've scrimped and saved for vacation, now I got to repair a fence. Are you kidding me? So I have this total meltdown out in the barn, and I go in the house, and I'm trying to get my scrubs on to go to work, and again, the sweat's just pouring off of me, so my clothes are sticking to me, and I'm rolling around on the bed, and I'm trying to get my pants on, and I can't get my right hand in my pocket, my pants pocket. And I'm fussing, and I'm having a fit over it.
Mm-hmm.
And I finally just stopped. I stopped. I sat up on the edge of the bed, and I said, you know, this is why people retire, and they don't tell you. It's not about that they're tired of working. It's not about that they don't want to work. It's that they just physically can't do the most common things anymore in their life. And it just becomes overwhelming. when you can't put your hand in your pants pocket, there's something wrong. I mean, it was just, and it was exhausting. So I get up, I go to work, and I'm driving to work, and I call my friend that's going on vacation with me, and her son bails my pasture, and I have a meltdown over the phone to her, and I'm like, was it human? Was it animal? I don't know. Where am I going to eat? Blah, blah, blah. She's trying to calm me down, and I thought, I needed to tell somebody, and again, the cats couldn't have cared less in the barn. So I finally calmed down talking to her, and I thought, I hung up, and I thought, well, I have money in my retirement. Maybe I can get the money out of there. So I try to drive to work, and I get up to the hospital, and I park on the garage roof, and I get out, and I'm trying to put my keys in my pocket, and daggone it, I still can't get my hand in my pocket, and I'm like, what the frick? And I'm just having this again, with the sweat. I get on the elevator and look down. My pants were on inside out. There I was at work, going into work with my pants on inside out. Yeah, that would be me. And so now I got to parade around in front of everybody because there's nowhere to go without being on camera or being in front of everybody with my pants on inside out. And the sweat's still rolling off of me, so I get in the hospital, and the guy that hands you your mask when you get there, and he says, how's it going? And I said, I'm having a rough day, Andy. And he said, well, I'm sorry. And I said, well, it's not your fault. I said, I got a lot going on. And he said, well, I hope it's not too bad. And I walked behind the desk, and I said, Andy, I got my pants on inside out. And I thought he was going to fall off his chair laughing. So I went down into the cafeteria. I thought, I got to have a break. I got to have a break. So I went down to get a drink and some fresh fruit, and because I've been training for this 55K, and I do the stairs. I've been doing the stairs since October, so I got my drink in my hand, I got my fruit, and I start up the stairs from the cafeteria down below, and I got to go up to the 5th floor from the sublevel. So I'm jogging up the stairs, and there's no air conditioning in this thing, and again, I'm just dripping wet with sweat. I had to peel the mask off my face, and I hadn't stretched. My legs are tight. I get up to the 3rd level, and I had to stop and catch my breath. And the doctor comes down the stairs, and he just stops dead solid. He looks at me, and he sees this old gray-haired lady standing there with her mask hanging off, sweat running down her face, gasping for air. And he's like, oh, my God, are you okay? Are you okay? And all I could think was, please don't look at my pants. Please don't look at my pants. Now I'm in this stairwell with this doctor, and my pants are on inside out, and he's checking me out. And I'm going, oh, it's okay. I'm training for a 55K. And he's like, really? Because I know I don't look the part. And I look like I'm getting ready to pass out. I'm like, really? I'm good. I just, there's no air conditioning in these stairs, and it's just kind of hot. And so he talks to me for a while, and I'm like, okay, well, I got to go. And I bounce on up the stairs. I get on up to the 5th floor, and I stumble into my unit. And I go in there and look. Not only my hair is I have this real thick head of gray hair. It is all over the place. I look like I've been through a wind tunnel. The sweat is dripping off my face. My clothes are soaked. My pants are on inside out. And everyone as I walk in, hey, how's your day going today? Like,
oh, boy, don't ask. Don't ask. Exactly.
So that was that was how my day. So let's just say I was able to get the money from the retirement. And God bless Wendy's for having chocolate Frosties, because that has been my comfort food after I left work tonight, heading home, and I feel much better. I've had my Frosty. I've had time to chill. I kept looking at those pictures. I still don't know if it was human or animal that did it, but I'm off tomorrow. I'll have time to deal with it. I will get to go see my daughter, and it's all good. And this morning I'm going to get up early again and try to go see the planets. I got up the other morning, and I saw at the beginning, and then when I got outside, it was gone. So anyway, but I hope that gives everyone a little chuckle. Please take time to slow down and cool yourself off before you put your pants on, so you can get, put your pants on one leg at a time and get them on straight.
There you go.
That's all I got for you.
I mean,
Thank you.
There's one thing about, like, you're putting your socks on in the dark, and like you get to work and you just say, oh man, I've got a black sock and a gray sock, or, I know, never put the pants on inside out, but there you go. Hopefully a better Friday for you there. Always moving. Thank you so much for sharing. Have a good weekend. All right, it is 844-3388 this Friday morning.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available and made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your fuel economy. Savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 5 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Now, maybe at some point, if things calm down, Pappy can check in, but he did send me an email message. What the hell, Steve? One of those nights, I'm telling you, there's idiots out here. Yeah, I know it's not a full moon, but I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the planetary alignment. I don't know. Yeah. Should be another beautiful morning to check out. Yesterday morning, I was able to clearly see Saturn, Jupiter. Yeah, I believe the moon was next. Or maybe the moon was just to the west or to the left of Mars this past morning. But I couldn't see low enough on the horizon. Can't see from my vantage point all 5 planets. 3. I think I may at one point have got a glimpse of Venus, but that's just before the sun's coming up. But all right, under our industry headlines, quickly here, Chevy Guy, I got you coming up, and I'm noticing it's just a couple minutes before the news update, so hang in there. And, of course, clear lines at 844-844-3388. I got word from Landline this past day, the FMCSA. What's on your agenda? The Spring 22 Regulatory Agenda, which apparently indeed features some controversial rulemakings. Underride guards, side underride guards on your trailers, speed limiters, of course, as we've been talking. In total, the FMCSA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration have dozens of rules making their way through the regulatory process, they tell us. Projected to be released as an advance notice of proposed rulemaking sometime next month. The NHTSA is expected to consider requirements for side underride guards on trailers and semi-trailers to mitigate those underride crashes into the side of those vehicles. Yeah, that would respond to a 2013 petition from the Truck Safety Coalition. Also, it would aim to fill the last year's infrastructure laws requirements to conduct research on side underride guards, looking into their effectiveness, the feasibility, what would the costs and the benefits be. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association remains opposed to any requirements for underride guards on the sides or front of tractor trailers. They had issued statements on that last year. Speed limiters, of course, yes, another item on the agenda receiving considerable opposition. Of course, May of this year, the FMCSA had already issued their supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking considering the speed limiters. The comment period, of course, was extended. It is still ongoing at this point in time. Would it be 60, 65, 68 miles per hour? We had talked about that ad nauseum. They are accepting comments through July the 18th. And according to this report, nearly 15,000 people have made comments. Of course, a significant majority of those 15,000 are opposed. Other rulemakings, let's see. They're projected to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking regarding self-insurance. Yeah, they will propose to amend fees collected for the processing of new self-insurance applications and add new ones for ongoing monitoring of carrier compliance with what they call the self-insurance program requirements. According to the agenda, they say the application fees would be directed to the FMCSA's licensing and insurance account. Some of the other rulemakings listed on the agenda would cover performance standards for automatic emergency braking systems, a revised ELD mandate aimed at deterring harassment, safety fitness procedures, broker and freight forwarder financial responsibility, automated driving systems, CDL testing, the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. They've got a full list of all these rulings that are being discussed, but all kinds of stuff going on in the rules department with the FMCSA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. We close out hour number one here on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Children as young as 6 months old are now eligible to be vaccinated against COVID-19 following the approval late last week by the FDA and the CDC of Moderna and Pfizer doses for kids between 6 months and 5 years old. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky spoke Thursday during a White House COVID task force briefing about the importance of getting young kids vaccinated.
Young children do not need to have an underlying condition to be at risk of severe disease. In fact, over half of children hospitalized with COVID-19 were otherwise healthy and had no underlying medical condition.
According to the latest data from the CDC, 442 children under the age of 5 have died from COVID during the pandemic. The January 6th committee is holding another public hearing. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-5800. 1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A bipartisan gun safety bill has cleared a final procedural hurdle in the Senate. Senators voted to push the measure to a final vote. It would be the first significant firearms bill to clear the Senate in nearly 30 years. Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott says he can't support the bill because it weakens due process and is too rushed.
We didn't even know what's in this bill until Tuesday night at like 6 o'clock. We get the bill. And within an hour, we have to vote on whether we want to proceed.
President Biden is voicing his disappointment with the Supreme Court's ruling striking down New York's concealed carry law. Biden saying the decision contradicts both common sense and the Constitution. A judge is moving the trial for a Michigan school shooter accused of killing 4 students and injuring 7 others. The trial for Ethan Crumbley was pushed from September to January 17th of next year. Wall Street gaining 194 points on Thursday. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Family members of nearly 100 people killed in a Florida condo collapse will be splitting more than $1 billion in a class action settlement. Judge Michael Haseman finalizing the deal Thursday morning on the eve of the one-year anniversary of the condo building's collapse. Judge Michael Haseman finalizing the deal Thursday on the eve of the one-year anniversary of the condo building's collapse in Surfside, just north of Miami Beach.
We can't compensate these people, and I recognize that. But this settlement does the best that we can do. It is a remarkable result. It's extraordinary, quite frankly, not only in terms of size, but in terms of speed.
The Arizona House on Wednesday passed a bill that would expand the state's education savings program, making it universally accessible. The American Federation for Children reporting the bill now goes to the Senate, which has long been supporters of school choice, echoing public sentiment, including a majority of Arizona residents. The move would enable families to use public education dollars for the educational expenditures of their choice, including private school tuition and homeschooling resources. Police in Juneau, Alaska will not recommend any charges after 12 children were accidentally served floor sealant at an elementary school. Last week, the kids were given the chemical during a summer breakfast program after servers mistook it for milk. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
It was a run for 2 species of roses in modified, a heavenly outcome for a sexagenarian super semi, and it was all sun in Hutchinson. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The association wrapped up its first Grand National weekend of the season under cloudless skies at the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota. Results to follow, but as we put the Gophers State in the rearview mirror, we head into our first Super National of 2022, the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin, this Thursday, June 23rd through Saturday the 25th. Tickets are on sale now at tomahtractorpull.com or at the gate, and plentiful camping is available. Check out ntpa.tv for the live or on-demand stream of all 5 sessions, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central on Friday and Saturday. But we hope to see you in person in Recreation Park as we give 14 National Divisions 2 shots at the Twin Tracks of Tomah, and we'll have results and point standings updated at ntpapull.com. Also on the schedule this weekend are new regionals in Cadiz, Ohio on Thursday, and Fremont, Michigan on Saturday. ntpapull.com for details there too. In Hutchinson, we saw Team Tractor dominance on display in 4.1 Pro Stock and Modified Mini. The tractor class was led by the Lindstrom-Sather team, with Matthew Lindstrom and Mike Sather's Adrenaline Rush winning Friday and taking runner-up Saturday, and Kevin Lindstrom's Hyper Harvester taking second Friday and winning Saturday. The Hyper Adrenaline boys had the tractors to beat all last summer in Region 3, and they're not coming down from that high just yet. In Mini, Adam Bauer is looking to rebound from a frustrating 2021, and he is off to a hot start. His 4-time champion Iron Toy, stymied for much of last season, was second to CJ Grassick's Pile Driver on Friday, but finished first on Saturday to lead the points. Meanwhile, Bauer's Cowboy Up, the 2012 champion tractor, was third and sixth to sit second. In Grand National Pro Stock, Mike Connie's Mac Nasty was downright filthy. Connie edged Kevin Schmucker's Get Her Done Deer on Friday by 2 feet, 376 to 374 by the way, and then whumped Danny Schmucker's Rampage by 14 feet on Saturday. Lonnie Saylor's Holy Smokes 1963 Peterbilt, equipped to the 900 Cat, was a 12-foot winner over defending class champion Brian Ellithorpe's Nicky's Nightmare Kenworth in Session 1 before Craig Braun's Executioner went from Friday's Outhouse to Saturday's Penthouse. Saylor was second in Session 2, however, and holds a 2-point advantage with 7 to go. Crewman Jerry Zweibomber took the reins of Travis Schlabach's 2021 champ Bone Twister International in Superstock Diesel and earned 60 points in Travis's absence. He was second on Friday to Ken Rockner's Long Haul Harvester in an impressive showing for the regional regular. Zweibomber then smoked the diesel field by 30-plus feet on Saturday. And in Modified, it was the Ramblin' Rose of Tommy Owens who got it done in Session 1 over Brett Berg's 5-time champion Moneymaker. But on Saturday, event promoter Ricky Rose got behind the wheel of his 2017 title-winning Giddy Up and brought his hometown crowd to their feet on a 351-foot pass. Son Jeff got fourth on Friday, and the father-son duo lead the standings heading to Tomah, where once again the NTPA will be headquartered for 5 sessions in 3 days, Thursday through Saturday, June 23rd through 25th. That's Tomah, T-O-M-A-H, tractorpull.com, ntpa.tv, and ntpapull.com for everything you need to enjoy the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, let's take a look out to the northwest, where it's been a relatively cool spring and first few days of summer, but looks like you've got your first surge of warm air coming in this weekend, Saturday through Monday. As I mentioned earlier, the setup for this month's heat wave a little different than June of last year. Instead of an intense area of high pressure at most levels of the atmosphere over British Columbia, a large but comparatively weaker zone of high pressure centered over Nevada and Utah will kind of poke northward into Idaho and Montana for a few days. So temperatures during the upcoming heat wave will be running 15 to 25 degrees lower on average compared to June of last year. But even still, highs forecast in the middle to upper 80s for Spokane, 80s in Seattle, and maybe mid-90s in Portland. So it's going to be hot. And they always point out air conditioning is limited in the northwest reaches of the country. Last time Seattle had a high in the upper 80s or greater was back in mid-August of last year when they hit 91 degrees. Despite the heat wave, Seattle and Portland not looking to set any records over the next several days. Part of that's because of last year's brutally hot month of June. All right, as temperatures climb to their highest levels of the year so far, people tend to head out to the bodies of water. They tell us the streams, the rivers, the ponds are still pretty chilly this time of year. It's risky to enter. You jump into water with temperatures in the 60s or lower. Yeah, that can lead to a number of dangers. Cold water shock, right? All right. There are a few pockets of moderate drought in place in eastern Washington. Drought conditions range from extreme to exceptional in central Oregon, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor. Yeah, could be looking at maybe some stormy weather coming up, storms coming in off the Pacific that may have enough energy to push a cool front through the region late Monday into Tuesday of next week. That'll drop your temperatures probably 10, 15 degrees as far as your afternoon highs are concerned. But warm weekend coming your way there in the Pacific Northwest. You know, just in time for Buckeye Boy to be getting the heck out of there, right? Let's see. It's 844-844-3388. Good morning, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. Always moving, you're right. If you get a chance, Steve, Justice Breyer's dissenting statement, it was a rambling type deal, but in the end, I guess it comes down to him saying that it's making it more difficult for cities to control or, set standards of control the population. You know what? That's what the Constitution is basically says, if you can own a firearm. And it just, I'm sorry, it's the people that you're worried about, they're not worried about what you got to say. They don't worry about the laws you pass. All you're doing is making it difficult, Mr. Breyer, for everybody that will obey the law. I enjoy the governor of New York, the new one, but the guy she replaced was cool. I still remember him saying, "What do you need a machine gun for? You need a machine gun to hunt a deer." Yeah, really? Well, every time I think Black Lives Matter and Antifa proves why people need a machine gun. I've got a shotgun. I don't have one, and I ain't even saying, I'm not even calling it what it is. But I still see a man standing there with a weapon, a rifle, and a woman standing there with a .45 caliber, keeping the mob from coming to their house.
Yeah.
So I think as what we've seen, what our government has allowed, and what we've seen, they let them walk, and there's no consequences right there, standing in front of judges' houses and committing crimes just by being there. There's more reason to have a weapon that has, because it's more than 5, more than 10, more than 50 people showing up. So, I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. But yeah, I think she was right that the dissenting statements are just incoherent. But hey, guys, it's not a judge's place to make the laws or try to twist it around. That's why we got some of the Roe versus Wade. We got this gay marriage thing. It's not your job. You look at it, you see what the law is. Does it match up with what's in the Constitution? And I think Biden basically said it. I still can't believe people aren't upset over what he said. That our rights are not our rights are not permanent. They can be changed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anytime you've heard of a progressive, I'm a progressive. Well, that's right, because they do not believe in your inalienable rights. And I did that online. I made a comment, and an atheist come up and saying, well, we don't need your religious myths in this situation. You know, it had nothing to do with anything like that. It was just about a relationship between man and woman. So I turn around and tell him, well, then you don't believe in your inalienable rights because you having your rights is a myth. It's given not by God, but by man, and can be taken away, right? Never did come back to me. But I'll tell you what, it's a fine point. It's that fine key. It's that fine faith that keeps us free. And they're working on it. And it's no... hey, there's two things that the Democrats have absolutely been honest with. And I think you got to go back to Obama. They cling to their God, and they cling to their guns. And ever since then, they've been working on taking the God out of the country and taking your guns away from you. And when they do that, they'll have total control to do exactly what they're doing in Canada or China, the dictatorship. So, you know, the value of God, even if you're an atheist, guys, listen, if you want to consider it a myth, that myth has kept you free. And by the way, not everybody that fought for freedom in this country believed in God, and even atheists have defended that so-called myth that has kept us free. So like I said, I'm a conservative. I vote conservative. I argue conservative. I believe that even in the conservative stand, that it's beneficial to people that would consider me an enemy. I don't have an enemy in the United States. I'm sorry. We're an American. Some are misled, and a lot of them's coming out of the colleges. But, we'll see what's coming down the pike. You already seen activists, threatening, and I think Ted Cruz said that you've already seen people, politicians that are trying to in front of these judges' home. And I was talking to Heatwave the other night. He said, well, when this oil companies, if Biden starts backing off of this stuff that he's done, and he starts opening up, doing more of a Trump-type deal with the oil companies, then guess what? Something we haven't heard in a while, what you call the eco-terrorism. These people are they don't care about another person's life in any way, shape, or form.
Yep.
They want their way. And I think a lot of these things are going to be popping up. And by the way, if you're an oil field worker and you're out there by yourself and an eco-terrorist pops up, you can reach in, grab your firearm out of the back of the pickup truck,
and defend yourself. Yep.
Exactly.
All right. Well, Chevy Guy, good to hear from you. Happy Friday, and have a great weekend. I know you got another night of work yet to come, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. Hello to Crazy Ray checking in. That's in West Michigan. 64 degrees this morning. All right. Comfortable night there, right? He says, 2022 monkeypox outbreak. Global map reports 3,504 cases. Highest reported in the UK, 793. Germany with 592. Spain, 520 cases. Nothing to worry about. Of course, World Health Organization says nothing to be concerned about. I don't know. Actually, Crazy Ray, we see that the World Health Organization, I guess they've been meeting this week, and emergency committee gathering yesterday to consider if the spiraling outbreak of monkeypox warrants being declared a global emergency. Some experts say the World Health Organization's decision to act only after the disease has spilled into the West will entrench the grotesque inequities that arose between the rich and poor countries during the COVID outbreak. Declaring monkeypox a global emergency would mean the United Nations Health Agency considers the outbreak to be a, quote, extraordinary event, and that the disease is at risk of spreading across even more borders. It would also give monkeypox the same distinction as the COVID pandemic and the ongoing effort to eradicate polio. Now, last week, the World Health Organization Director General described the recent monkeypox epidemic identified in more than 40 countries, mostly in Europe, unusual and concerning is the way he put it. Monkeypox has sickened people for decades in Central and West Africa, where one version of the disease kills up to 10% of people it infects. In the epidemic outside of Africa so far, no deaths have been reported. You know, obviously, there's some sort of a mutation thing that's taken place here, right? All right, the Centers for Disease Control here in the U.S. confirming more than 3,300 cases in 42 countries where the virus has not typically been seen. More than 80% of those cases are in Europe. Now, Africa has already seen more than 1,400 cases this year. 62 deaths, again, in Africa. Yeah, there may be legitimate reasons why the World Health Organization only raised the alarm when the disease spread to rich countries. But to the poor countries, they say it looks like a kind of a double standard. I don't know. To date, the vast majority of cases, and they don't like to point this out, are in men who are gay or bisexual. Other than men who have sex with men, scientists warn anyone in close contact with an infected person or their clothing or bed sheets would be at risk of infection, regardless of their sexual orientation. People with monkeypox often experience fever, body aches, rash. Most recover within weeks without even need for medical care. If they do declare it a global emergency, what does that mean? What's going to change? But there's the latest. You're right. It is 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Friday. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig mattress. The Big Rig mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what's going on? What's on the slate for your weekend? Any big plans? Hello to the Michigan Madman on board this morning. Said I just parked my truck, and it's bourbon 30. All right, enjoy your weekend, Michigan Madman. Buckeye Cobra checking in, driving east on the PA Turnpike. Great night to be driving. 63 degrees. All right, thank you much. Buckeye Cobra, good to have you on board. All right, how'd things go at the big powwow this past afternoon, rather? Administration and the oil industry executives all huddling in D.C., talking about what can we do to address the runaway gas prices. While both sides said the talks were constructive, they really didn't come out with any sort of a plan. No concrete plans emerged. I didn't expect as much. Headed into the gathering, the energy secretary said she hoped the meeting would result in the refiners maybe boosting gas supplies to lower prices for the summer driving season. After the meeting, the Energy Department said, well, they were productive talks, kind of dissecting the current global problems of supply and refining, promised that they would continue to have ongoing dialogue. Similarly, the American Petroleum Institute and the American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers said, well, it was constructive discussion. Ways to address rising energy costs, to maybe create some more certainty for the global markets. Chevron, Phillips 66, and Shell, all three released, I guess you'd call it upbeat statements. Shell's president praising the energy secretary for setting a collaborative tone, as he put it. Noting that Shell and others had kind of shifted some refining capacity to produce biofuels, but no real practical steps to immediately boost supply were revealed. All right. Obviously, this administration and the oil industry have had a rather uneasy relationship, to say the least, in part over the White House efforts to restrict drilling in some federal areas, their environmental concerns, and obviously things like shutting down the Keystone Pipeline, first day in office, for crying out loud. But the president has only blasted industry leaders in recent days over now talking about their profits. All right, but the Biden approval rating plunges with the inflationary pressure. Let's see. Are there any short-term solutions was the discussion. National average is at $4.94 a gallon right now, just a little below the all-time highs. All right. President urging ExxonMobil, Chevron, and other players to provide some sort of concrete near-term solutions. What can we do, though? It is 844-844-3388. So I guess you could say another one of those all talk, no action kind of scenarios. We all sat down and talked, but Ended up with nothing. News break time, and we'll come back with more on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Grief has given way to anger a month after a gunman walked into a Texas elementary school and killed 21 people. As investigation revealed that the mass tragedy at Robb Elementary School could have been prevented, one parent stood outside of the Uvalde County courtroom holding a sign calling for School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo to be fired. He plans to do the same Friday, trying to get the attention of officials. Arredondo is currently on administrative leave. The World Health Organization convenes its emergency committee to consider if the outbreak of monkeypox warrants being declared a global emergency. The WHOA is expected to announce any decisions made by Friday. This is USA Radio News.
Hey, this is Al Robertson with my dad, Phil. One of the things that we've noticed is, people start losing their hair many times early in life. Now, Dad, you managed to hang on to yours. Have you got some secret?
Yeah, get on this Keeps hair. You'll be a hairy guy like me.
I've got a little gap coming up on top of mine, so I know the hair loss sometimes can be a touchy subject with guys, and so what Keeps does is help you hang on to your hair. It's clinically proven. It's FDA approved. They have hair treatments available online. They have a physician there, so make sure you get the right product for you. Make sure it's safe. There's no waiting rooms. There's no pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. That's half the cost. If you have any questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So if you're a little tired of those balding jokes, go to keeps.com/Phil. 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Phil, PHIL. Keeps.com/Phil. Hang on to your hair.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
AccuWeather had a report this past day about Lake Mead. Not looking good. Lake Mead's water levels this week, they tell us, hitting historic lows, which now brings the nation's largest reservoir less than 150 feet away from being what they call dead pool. Dead pool, when the reservoir is so low that water cannot flow downstream from the dam. Water level Wednesday hit 1,044.03 feet, lowest elevation since the lake was filled in the 1930s. If the reservoir dips below 895 feet, a possibility that's probably still several years away, they tell us, that's the point Lake Mead would reach dead pool. Enormous consequences for millions of people in Arizona, California, Nevada, and parts of Mexico. According to a professor at the University of Arizona who specializes in water law and policy, he said this is deadly stuff. This persistent drought conditions, although the reservoir is at risk of becoming a dead pool, it would probably take several more years to reach that level. In the meantime, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and water managers across the Southwest making efforts to manage the flow of water into the Colorado River, regulating water use among the states in that region of the country, trying to help replenish Lake Mead, which was, of course, created on the Colorado River, the Arizona-Nevada border, when the Hoover Dam was built back in the early 1930s. Another severely depleted reservoir, Lake Powell, which was created along the border of Utah and Arizona. Dead pool, not a good term. That would not mean that there was no water in the reservoir. But even before Lake Mead were to hit that point, there are some concerns that water levels could fall so low that the production of hydroelectric power, electricity generation in our western reservoirs becomes a real problem as the water level continues to go down. As the reservoir's depleted, there's less water flowing through the turbines, less liquid pressure to make them spin, which means the turbines are producing less electricity. We've seen big declines in Lake Mead in recent years. At roughly this time last year, elevation was measured around 1,069 feet. In 2020, water levels at the end of June were about 1,087 feet. All right. Late April, Lake Mead's declining water level exposed. We talked about that at the time. Actually exposed one of the intake valves that first began supplying Nevada customers back in 1971. In recent years, though, they had, I guess, the foresight to begin installing valves at a lower level. If those weren't there, they'd be in a world of hurt. But when will things get better? That's the million-dollar question. This, they say, is the 23rd year of drought conditions. We don't know if it's a 23-year drought, if it's going to be 50 years of drought, or maybe a 100-year drought. We just don't know when this is going to turn around. All right, back to your calls here on a Friday. What do you say, horse feathers? Hey, what day is it?
Yeah. I don't know. Must be Thursday because tomorrow's Friday. So, anyways, there. So, well, the next question is you were kind of touching on it there. How much more electricity are they producing there at the Hoover Dam this year compared to last year, compared to the year before? So they're using that much more water through the dam, taking it out of the reservoir to lake there and pushing it through the dam to produce more electricity because people are wanting air conditioning and charging their electric cars and whatever else they're doing with electric out there. So so is it the fact that we have a drought, or is it the fact that more people want electricity? Maybe they ought to just turn the switch off to California for the electric and see what happens to the water for a while. How do you think that would work out? But anyway, speaking of water there, did you get any reports there from the Eastern Shore there, Maryland area, the Delmarva? Did you get any of the rain totals at all yet from the storm yesterday?
I've not seen any numbers. No, sir.
From what I understand, what somebody was telling me there, I didn't catch the report, but they said the Eastern Shore over there in Maryland got 5 inches of rain yesterday.
Wow.
So if that's the case, they got more than they absolutely needed. But the good thing is it's pretty sandy over there, so even if they get high water there, it doesn't take much to run through the ground area there because it's it's pretty much all sand there. So as long as it can get down to the ocean level there somewhere, then they can get rid of it. But the problem is you get high tide, or if the wind's pushing the wrong way, which yesterday it wasn't because the storms are coming from the north and pretty much going due south, just kind of drifting east, which actually keeps the water flowing out of the Chesapeake and off the coast a little bit. So that should allow the water to dissipate pretty fast over there on the Eastern Shore. But yeah, that's the big problem there when you get the hurricanes and that, and that was kind of with Hurricane Agnes. We were talking that a little bit yesterday there, that when the storm came up there, it pushed all the water up the Chesapeake, which holds the water back from actually being able to get out the Susquehanna River, and that just caused it to back up all the way upstream there. And well, then you add all the rainfall, the 20-some inches of rain that they had with it, and it just it's a bad situation. But so we didn't have any of that yesterday, luckily. So I don't know. So I'm trying to figure out now when does all this stuff from the Supreme Court with all this stuff about the guns and the Second Amendment and all that, when does all that go into effect? Is that in effect now since they made their ruling?
I believe, yes. I mean, as soon as the ruling is issued, that's the official word from the court. So, I mean, and it's the Supreme Court, so that's the final say. Boom. I think it's right now.
So when I go down to the local sheriff's office and tell them I want my carry permit and all that, then they don't have to ask me for a reason why. Is that what I'm understanding, or is there still be able to ask me for a reason, or how does all that work now?
Can't ask for a reason. I don't know, but whatever other rules they might have, like they're saying, if they want your fingerprints, they want to do a background check, those kind of, they can still do that, but you don't have to give them a reason to carry a gun. Yeah.
Well, we'll have to check into this. The county I live in is one of the few Republican counties in the state of Maryland, so we got a pretty good sheriff there. He's got his head screwed on pretty good, and so I'm thinking it might be time for me to go get my permit now before somebody decides to change some more rules or something. Before,
right.
Because I'll guarantee them people down there in Annapolis, they're out there working hard, and they got their interns and everybody else out there
Working
trying to figure out
overtime.
what they can do to. Oh, absolutely, they're grinding their pencils right to the erasers there on their number 2 pencils there. They're wearing them right down quick. They're scratching things out. So I don't know. It'd be kind of interesting to see there, but I'm thinking now's more of the time, because it's just the aggravation of it. I've never gone to get a concealed carry permit from either New York or Maryland, because it didn't. Not that I'm not able to. It's just didn't have the need to go through all the aggravation to jump through all the hoops and everything else, and then it's just one more thing for them to be there on yet. But but I'm thinking now might be more of the time. So we'll see how good of a gun salesman Joe Biden is. We'll see if he did as good as his former boss there. When he was in the smaller seat there that he's got Kamala in now.
Yeah,
we'll see if he can be
8 years of Salesman of the Year won Barack Obama.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see if he can try to do as well there. Maybe the two of them there can boost a little bit for the. But by the sounds of it, there, might have to buy all the ammunition I want for the rest of my life here in the next year or so, and hurry up and get all that, because I don't know. I'm still on the side that they might not be able to ban guns, but I'll guarantee that at some point they're going to figure out how to limit ammunition, or tax it so much that you can't afford it, or something of that nature. That because there ain't nothing that says you have to have ammunition. I know people kind of say that it's part of the weapon, but I don't know. I don't know.
Now, be careful what you say, Horse Feathers. Last time you brought up the topic of, do you think they could go after the ammunition? It's like the next day. The word came down that talking about going after the ammo.
Yep, and I'm sure that's part of the pencil scratching right now is, if they can have the guns out there, we're going to have to figure out how to limit something else. So anyways, but yeah, we all know it's coming. We all know one way or another. So I don't know what else we got going here. Just getting ready to have a relaxing weekend there. You got any big plans coming up? You got parades and all that, or you got to go stock up for 4th of July, or where are you at with all that?
Yeah, I can't believe the next weekend, 4th of July weekend. I haven't even been out to the fireworks store yet.
Okay. You got to get down there and see what the inflation's done there with their stock and that. But I don't know, the way people are not being able to get around and stuff, traveling, especially through the airports, there might be more wanting to stay home this 4th of July, so they might be down there at your fireworks store trying to spend their airline money at the fireworks store.
I mean, last couple of years with the whole pandemic thing and so many of the professional displays being canceled, the backyard fireworks displays were, they were gangbusters for the common fireworks, but I don't know. Everything's back up and running. AAA said it's going to be, we're going to be biggest travel weekend for the 4th of July since before the pandemic.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll figure all that out when it gets here, and we'll see what the airline industry can do and all that.
Right.
I guess. Hey, did anything ever develop there? I think it was Monkey Gouger said something about Greyhound or something. Did anything ever develop with that Greyhound deal, or are they still in business operating?
You know what? I never heard anything about the story he shared. I remember that about a week ago. It just never. I never did find the story he was talking about. So
okay,
I'm just thinking it must have been some disgruntled bus driver or something.
Yeah, more than likely. more than likely, that's kind of what I was figuring.
Everybody get off the bus. I'm going home. I'm done.
Yep. Either get off the bus or stay on the bus, but one way or another, I'm going home with or without you.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about all we got going for you right now. So, I'm hoping maybe we'll have a slow day tomorrow for work. Have an easy day. Do have one of the little farm day shows that's supposed to have a parade and everything tomorrow. So we'll see if that works out, and if things work out and I get around to it and have time and everything. Sunday they're supposed to do tractor pull, but we'll see how all that develops and where we're at and what I got going on, whether I get over there for that or not. I never been one just to run over and go try to chase just tractor pulls there. It kind of takes a lot, sit around all day and wait for the very end so that I can move about 3,000 pounds of weight, 100 pounds at a time, and then get done. And by the time they get to the heavy classes where I'm at, everything's usually done, closed up, and just us tractor puller people are there, and it leaves about 6 people as spectators. And I don't know, just kind of doesn't seem like it's really worth it. So I don't know. We'll see what's going on. Maybe we'll try. Maybe we won't. But anyways, that's about all we got going for you. But clear sky tonight.
If you head out, good luck, right? That wouldn't be very fun, would it? 6 spectators? That's kind of boring. All right, quick time out here. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do we see here? Rolling towards top of the hour news update just around the corner. Look over at the stream screen. I guess for some of you with your smartphones, again, it's saying Friday replay, May 27 of 22. No. We're live on a Friday, 24th day of June. Rolling into that final weekend here in the month of June. because July arrives next Friday, 1 week from today. So apparently, the president's cue cards making headlines again. These little notes that he carries. Photos taken at a White House meeting with cabinet members show specific directions for President Biden. This was yesterday, apparently. Thursday, Biden made remarks during a meeting on federal state offshore wind implementation partnership, where he had a binder with talking points, and it was handed a chart showing how tall the offshore wind turbines being discussed are compared to some of our landmarks like the Empire State Building or the Eiffel Tower. Later on, he held up a separate note card and was reading off of one side. However, the other side of the note card that was facing the cameras had a list of directions for the president. Reading, you enter the Roosevelt Room and say hello to participants. That's the first bullet point. You take your seat. Really? After a bullet point that said press enters, the next one reads, you give brief comments, with a parenthetical statement reading, say like 2 minutes. You give brief comments. 2 minutes. He ended up speaking for roughly 8 minutes, they say. That once the press departs, I guess the next cue card says, you ask Liz Schuller, President AFL-CIO, a question, with a note that Schuller will be joining virtually. The final bullet point reads, you thank participants and you depart. Now, is that unusual? Well, apparently not according to the White House. A White House official told Fox News this is a very standard format used by politicians and government officials at public events. The former White House communications official for the then President Obama said he also used a similar format of notes when he was president. Now, it's not the first time Biden's cue cards have kind of gone viral. I remember back in March when he was holding a card that read, tough Putin question and answer talking points. That was during a news briefing about the Russia conflict there. Now, during an event last July, the president was handed a note reading, sir, there is something on your chin. Okay. Hey. Biden, they say, not the first president to have some of the notes draw media attention. Back in 2018, it was Donald Trump, who was seen holding handwritten notes which included prepared responses like, I hear you, during a listening session at the White House with the families of the Parkland victims. Yeah, Trump also had handwritten notes go viral. Yeah, he had one that read, I want no quid pro quo. That was back during his, first impeachment trial back in 2019. I want no quid pro quo. But either way, there. All right, so Plowboy, I got you coming up here. Scarecrow's on board. Hillbilly Text checks in this Friday morning, and room for you at 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Shortly after a Supreme Court ruled to make it easier to carry concealed guns, President Joe Biden and the Department of Justice slammed the controversial ruling. The president said he was, quote, deeply disappointed by the decision the Supreme Court made to revoke a New York law that required gun owners to provide a reason why they should be able to carry a gun in public.
I am disappointed in the Supreme Court gun decision.
It, I believe, defies common sense and the Constitution.
That was Vice President Kamala Harris. The White House announced a $450 million assistance package for Ukraine that includes 4 more high-mobility artillery rocket systems as the fight with Russia continues. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver. That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol focused this week's hearing on the efforts of then-President Donald Trump and former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark to pressure the department to help overturn the 2020 election results. Officials are stressing the importance of young kids getting vaccinated.
Children as young as 6 months old are now eligible to be vaccinated against COVID-19 following the approval late last week by the FDA and the CDC of Moderna and Pfizer doses for kids between 6 months and 5 years old. According to the latest data from the CDC, 442 children under the age of 5 have died from COVID during the pandemic. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Over 100 cases of gastrointestinal illnesses have been reported at the Grand Canyon, with cases pouring in among visitors to the Colorado River and backcountry campers, according to the park officials. The symptoms are consistent with those of norovirus, which the Center for Disease Control and Prevention describes as a contagious virus that causes vomiting and diarrhea, with symptoms including nausea, stomach cramping, and pain. The national park, which is in northern Arizona, released a gastrointestinal illness alert. Layoffs have hit Netflix again, with the streamer letting go of roughly 300 staffers, the company said. The cuts are across multiple business functions in the company, with a bulk of the jobs lost in the U.S. There was an attack on a pro-life center.
Suspected Democrat activists continue to attack pro-life centers as President Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and the Department of Justice remain silent on the violence. The 2 Michigan pro-life center attacks were at the Lennon Pregnancy Center, that's in Dearborn Heights, and the Pregnancy Care Center in Redford. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Maybe I should have mentioned this earlier because it's ongoing, but here we go. There's an interstate in Georgia that's partially closed tonight. So probably looking at some slowdowns as crews work to remove a semi-truck from a creek underneath an Interstate 16 bridge. Accident happened Wednesday night in Twiggs County, Georgia. According to WNAZ News, a semi in the right lane of I-16 lost control when a tire blew, sending it swerving and into the truck traveling in the left lane. As a result, the truck in the left lane lost control, crashing through the space between two bridges, where it came to rest upside down in the creek below. Crews had to cut the driver out of the wrecked truck, transported to a nearby hospital. No info on his condition, but apparently only one lane of westbound I-16 is open at the mile marker 17 tonight, as crews are in the process of removing that wrecked semi-truck and clear the debris that was left from the wreck. All right, they list alternate routes include exit 18 at Bullard Road or Highway 129 or Highway 80. All right, as we pay more, officials will be increasing the toll rates for passenger and commercial vehicle drivers on 3 bridges in the Kentucky-Indiana area starting July 1. Tolls on the I-65 Abraham Lincoln Bridge and the I-65 Kennedy Bridge connecting Louisville to southern Indiana, as well as the State Route 265 Kentucky 841 Lewis and Clark Bridge connecting Prospect, Kentucky and Utica, Indiana, will be increased by 8.3%. The largest increase since tolling began on those bridges back in 2016. So after the toll rate increase, vehicles with 5 axles or more will pay as much as $14.38 to cross those bridges. According to Riverlink, the bridge toll normally increases by 2.5% each year, but it's all based on inflation. It's much higher this year due to inflation. Officials say the toll revenue is put toward the financial obligations of the Ohio River Bridges Project and to pay for operations and maintenance of the bridges and roadways in the project area there. But July 1, costing you more like everything else. Morning, Plowboy.
Like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You said a big word right there, like everything else. Everything's going through the damn roof. You started off saying something about that dipstick in the White House, talking about the oil, trying to get it to increase and all this. Have you heard about these banks and what the wrenches that they're throwing in the mechanism in this oil?
Yeah, that's another thing this administration's been pressuring the banks to be more restrictive in lending them money to do drilling projects. That's what you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Bongino was having a fit about it today. I mean, a damn fit. I mean, in my opinion, the bastard's talking out both sides of his mouth, and he said, we're going to do more of this. When, yeah, we're being stranglehold by the damn banks. And you know, when Baker Hughes and all them goes into the oil and start exploration anywhere, you're going through a potload of money. I mean, it ain't dollars and cents, it's millions just for a day. I mean, but yet, he doesn't have a damn clue what he's talking about, sir. Not a damn clue. But, well, they're trying to do their best guess on this electric crap, and it's not going to work. Yeah, case in point, like what you just talking about, Steve. Hoover Dam may not be able to pump like they used to be.
Yep.
This is getting damn right scary, sir. I don't know what's going on. We've got a problem, and I don't know whether we're going to get rid of the problem right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. But also, Red Mule's talking about a lot of that water problems out there on the west side. I wish the heck they'd have the problem that they got up there in Yellowstone. Well, they're flooded all over the place. Down here in the Colorado, they're drying it up. But no, what I was going to say was, how many acres and acres of land down there on the end of Colorado is pumped by the foreigners? Look at how much the Arabs own down there.
Right.
And it is pumped out of Colorado, sir. Even before the reservations get it, it's the Arabs pumping it for their cropland to send back over for their dairies. And that's what's not right. But I don't know. I'll be real quick. Since this is probably my last night being able to call in, I'm going back on day shift for a while. So, did I see some of y'all are going to have more days to blow up your money this 4th of July?
Well, what do you mean? More days? Well, 4th of July is on a Monday, so.
Right, sir. But no, I was reading something about where your great governor had signed this new bill just coming into effect the 4th of July, where y'all are going to get more days instead of just a day of.
I was reading that. In the state of Ohio?
Yes, sir. State of Ohio. I guess y'all had some restrictions in some areas, but now it's like 2 or 3 days before, 2 or 3 days after the holiday. So I think about when I read that. But like somebody says about all that inflated prices on these fireworks this year, so never know. But other than that, that's about all. I got 74 degrees out here in Huntsville, Alabama. Trying to stay nice. Talking about getting warmer up here in a little while, but I don't know. But there was one other thing. Oh, Steve, a lot of the wheat up here in like my land up there in Missouri, our wheat's already gone. It's within time of being harvested. It'd be up there in the northern tier. That'd be your spring wheat, sir. And I don't know. A lot of areas it's either or. Either they're flooding it out or they're in a drought. So it is a very topsy-turvy year up there.
So going to be another tough one for the farmers.
Yes, sir. And what else? And they're talking about, and you brought it up last night, and I had not heard about it, that oil additive for the diesel motors.
Yeah.
Every tractor's a diesel, and that's going to be the problem. And the DEF in them farm tractors is going to be a problem. I mean, we've got a shit kebab storm all over the place. And one final thing. I haven't heard you say anything, and I missed it, about them big solar flares that the sun's casting off for our global warming. Have you said anything about that, sir?
Oh, that the sun is impacting our climate? Yeah,
The sunspots?
absolutely. Yeah.
I guess we got one of the biggest ones been in quite a little while. So
I did mention, I don't know if it actually did we have any solar flares yesterday? They were talking about sunspot 3 times the size of our planet that was kind of Earth-facing yesterday, and they forecasted may begin emitting M-class solar flares. I did a quick search there. I'm talking about in the state of Ohio, consumer-grade fireworks, firecrackers, bottle rockets, Roman candles, and the like, is legal in Ohio. Starting July 1, the new law says you can shoot off consumer-grade fireworks on your property or someone else's with permission on certain days of the year, including the 4th of July. But there's a part of the law that people tend to forget, and it's perhaps the most important bit. Local governments can still say no. The state did put the opt-out in there. We're a chartered community, so we can actually have our own ordinances that can override some of the state things, according to the mayor of Eastlake, Ohio. Now, he said his community has always prohibited personal use of fireworks in the city limits, but the city council recently upgraded the ordinance to include the opt-out language. Now, they say very few communities in Northeast Ohio are allowing you to shoot off fireworks in your own backyard. Now, again, obviously, this is a new law because for years and years in the state of Ohio, you could buy the damn things, but I remember years ago when you'd go to the fireworks outlet, you'd have to sign a little waiver form stating that you're not going to discharge them in the state. There were times you had to put a destination where you're headed, and I'd always put Georgia, heading to the family, the in-laws down in Georgia. I don't know if you still have to sign those forms anymore or not, but obviously not. That's changed now. Yeah, let me see here. Even in development where I live, we're right on top of each other, he says. And the wind, the dryness, no one wants to see their house go up in flames. Very true. All right. So I guess depending on where you live, the fireworks laws have changed in the state of Ohio. And again, they've got certain days of the year. And it's 844-844-3388. Back into this Friday morning.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Typically, they advise it's probably not a good idea to go hiking when it's 100+ degrees outside. Yeah, there's always those who refuse to heed that advice. Well, I'm in primo health. I can handle it. Guess that was the scenario out in Phoenix yesterday. According to the local CBS outlet, a group of hikers from out of town had to be rescued on Camelback Mountain's Echo Canyon Trail Thursday. Firefighters said a large group from a women's retreat started hiking the trail at like 7 a.m., with each person only having one small bottle of water. The heat became too much around the noon hour. And, the call went out for rescue crews. Crews said the hikers were spread out all over the trail, which made the rescue even more difficult. First responders rescued a total of 8 hikers from the mountain. Crews used a helicopter and a big wheel basket to get 5 off the trail. The remaining 3 walked down with the help from firefighters. 3 of the 8 rescued, a 50-year-old woman, a 42-year-old woman, and a 24-year-old woman, were hospitalized in stable condition. All right, the group of women were with some group filming a show called Bad Girls Gone God. When we got together, we get together, we praise, we worship, we do different activities that not only test our physical but spiritual capabilities, according to one of the participants from Tennessee. She said she was one of the first ones down the mountain and didn't know that there were others in the group struggling. We noticed they weren't coming down. Yeah, we couldn't reach anybody on the phone anymore, and that's when we were like, uh-oh, yeah, we need to activate. We had no idea going into that this apparently is one of the hardest trails to hike in the Phoenix area. I think that everyone just kind of, the dehydration and things like that, I pray that they're all okay. One hiker said she started feeling dizzy on her way down. Well, that was my first time in a helicopter. Pretty scary, but all right, they just gave us lots of water, poured it all over us. All right. Yeah, hiking in 100+ degree heat, not a good thing. I guess, though, when you set out in the comfortable early morning temperatures, yeah, by high noon, yeah, that 75 or 80 degrees that felt comfortable is now 100, feels like 110, right? Hey, let's get back to the calls here. Hillbilly Tex checks in this Friday morning. What's going on, Tex?
Good morning there, Steve. I'd like to give a big hats off and a wave of the hand to all them bull haulers out yonder. Low and Wise, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Hats off to you, buddy. Let them roll. Steve, anybody knows me, knows I got a cowbell hanging off my left hand, my driver's side running board off over here. I went off up yonder yesterday to the graphic store and they ordered me a sign says bull haulers left lane. So when you bull haulers pass old Hillbilly Tex in the left lane, I'll be rattling that cowbell to you. So, yeah, it's a good morning to be alive, Steve. I reckon out here watering the garden. Just, just living the dream, I
Living the
guess.
dream. How's the mater plants coming along? Any ripe ones yet?
Oh, yeah, I've eaten a few, not too many, but, yeah, it's been a pretty bad year on my mater crop. I don't know. I started out with about 115 maters and then got about 108 left now, I think's what I counted yesterday.
Okay.
So,
That's a lot of tomatoes.
well, yeah, but I do lots of canning,
Do you?
I can them, and I make chili out of them and can my chili and can catch a good deal on them hot dog wieners when they got them on sale. Can some wieners. Oh, yeah. They getting ready for the big uh-oh. Well, I just, hey, Steve, I've missed a lot of calls here in the last couple of days. Because every time I get a text message or something, it cuts my phone volume down. It won't ring. So I have to go in there every few minutes. And if I get a text message or something, I have to go back in this crazy phone and turn the volume back up on my ringer. And I don't know why it does that.
Well, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, it is. And I got my camera at my camera system here at the house. Well, every time I move around here, it sends me a message, and then if it sends me a picture from my cameras, well, then it turns my volume down, and if I ain't sitting right there and look at the phone, it'll light up, but it won't ring. Unless I go in there and manually turn it up every time.
Right.
So, but I'm sorry about all the calls I've been missing. But anyhow, exit 81 off the big 75, ringing the cowbell, waving a hand, and tipping the hat to all of you.
All right, so everybody knows that Hillbilly Tex has not been ignoring your calls or screening his calls. He ain't heard the darn phone ring. It's a new one on me. Let me see. FedEx releasing their quarterly numbers this past day. Surprisingly, with the higher cost of fuel and things of that nature, you'd think UPS and FedEx and all would be struggling to keep up with those incredibly higher fuel prices. But quarterly earnings this past day, despite persistent labor woes, softening volume in the ground unit that handles the bulk of their e-commerce home deliveries, and that's the unit that really drives the company's growth. FedEx announcing their adjusted net income for the fiscal fourth quarter that ended May 31, $1.8 billion, or $6.87 per share. Now, that's up from a year ago, up from $1.36 billion, or $5 per share. Revenue grew to $24.4 billion, up from $22.6 billion a year ago. So at least up till the fourth quarter fiscal year that ended May 31, sounds like people are still shopping, doing plenty of online shopping. The e-commerce, right? And with that, it is news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The summer is just starting and temperatures across the country are getting the memo. The sweltering heat is continuing Thursday in the deep south with some areas hitting 110 degrees. Heat advisories are in effect from Florida to the Great Lakes. Fed Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell wrapped up 2 days of testifying on Capitol Hill. following the Fed's approval of a large interest rate increase. Powell's saying the Fed Reserve understands the impact of high inflation and that supply chain disruptions are continuing in Asia and could cause inflation to continue rising.
The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is boosting prices for gasoline and fuel and is creating additional upward pressure on inflation.
Inflation sitting at a 40-year high. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey, this is Al Robertson with my dad, Phil. One of the things that we've noticed is, people start losing their hair many times early in life. Now, Dad, you managed to hang on to yours. Have you got some secret?
Yeah, get on this Keeps there. You'll be a hairy guy like me.
I've got a little gap coming up on top of mine, so I know the hair loss sometimes can be a touchy subject with guys, and so what Keeps does is help you hang on to your hair. It's clinically proven. It's FDA approved. They have hair treatments available online. They have a physician there, so make sure you get the right product for you. Make sure it's safe. There's no waiting rooms. There's no pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. That's half the cost. If you have any questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So if you're a little tired of those balding jokes, go to keeps.com/Phil. 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Phil, PHIL. Keeps.com/Phil. Hang on to your hair.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business.
You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, somebody screwed up yesterday morning down by the TNCRadio.live headquarters in Houston. Drivers experienced major delays Thursday morning. Semi-truck accidentally pulled down one of the big highway signs. I-69. According to the ABC 13, a semi hauling a dump trailer was rolling along 69 when the bed began to rise. Uh-oh. Truck driver realized apparently what was going on, tried to hit the brakes but could not stop in time. The raised bed struck that highway sign and the attached metal structure, pulling down the sign, shattering or scattering, I should say, the truck's load of scrap metal. Yeah, another car appears to have been involved in the accident. No other details, no information on injuries. But the southbound lanes were shut down. Crews working to clear the mess. It was probably shut down till mid-afternoon this past day. That was your mess on 69. All right, back to the phones we go on a Friday. And Pappy, I believe it is.
What's happening, Steve?
Hey there. So kind of a crazy night out there. The Looney Tunes are out for the alignment of the planets.
Steve, I think this alignment might have some misalignments going in some of these people's neurons firing in their frontal lobe and that cerebral cortex, you know? I mean, what the heck? That's just been one of the nights, man. I can't really talk about it on the air right now, but
sure.
Hey, man, your caller, I didn't have a chance to listen to Bongino, but Steve, we talked about this before in the past. Remember General Flynn?
Absolutely.
All the banks canceled his credit card, Steve. Just out of the blue, canceled. You know, say I retire, Steve, and I want to go just for giggles, maybe go open a gun store, right?
Mm-hmm.
I go to the bank and say, hey, man, I'm retired. I'd like to start my own business. I'm applying for a loan for a gun store. You get the buzzer. That's what these thugs, you know, can do. They control these banks too, Steve. They control the IRS too. Remember how the IRS scandal was going after conservatives?
Right.
So, yeah, man. Crazy times. But with that said, man, Steve, I was thinking about nominating Always Moving for the big cookie. She had me laughing, man.
She had a rough day.
But, man, yeah, she had a rough day, but just the way she articulated herself, trying to get her hands in her pockets. I don't know. But, Steve, let's do this. If I can nominate Hillbilly Tex for the big cookie for tonight, man, God love him. It's a great morning to be alive, is what he said, man. That's boy,
line of the night, I think, you know?
Yes.
We all can't lose focus here and stay positive, man. But let me tell you this story, Steve. Here's why I called. I don't know if you heard this or not. Out in Colorado, right? A intoxicated male broke into a substation, a police substation. You know, like out here, Steve, you know our main headquarters up there on Hamilton Avenue, right?
Right, sure.
We got a couple little substations. You know, we got other districts too around the county. You know, we're a pretty large department, but we got these little substations where there might only be 3 or 4 cars parked there. Anyway, this dude in California breaks into a sheriff's office substation. Well, it's not manned 24 hours, you know. He steals the keys to a police cruiser. So he goes out, steals the police cruiser. As he's driving around in the police cruiser, the radio inside the cruiser comes out for a domestic dispute at a given address. He responds to the domestic dispute, Steve, in his cruiser, right?
Wow.
So he shows up. Yeah, he shows up, he parks his car, and he gets out, you know. And, I mean, he's in civvies, but he's in a cruiser, so, you know, the complainant that calls the dispatch and says, hey, man, I think your deputy's a little intoxicated here. So the other deputies show up. They see a cruiser there, and this guy, and they're, what the heck? So they go to arrest him. He jumps in the cruiser. Now they get in a pursuit with the cruiser, Steve.
Wow.
You can't make this up, man. Oh, man.
But he actually,
Try to Google it.
actually shows up on a call, though, that came over the radio.
Yeah. It came up over the radio, and I guess he was like, yeah, I think I'll hit that on Google on my maps on my phone. I'll just go to that. Oh, my goodness, man. Yeah, see if you can, I don't know, find it in the story. Maybe USA Today, I think. There's another guy at work who was telling me about it.
All right, I'm pulling it up here from the Daily Mail. I see it here, okay?
Man, are you kidding me, man? Just, you know, we talked the other night about that guy calling 911. Hey, man, tell these guys to stop pursuing me. They ain't allowed to do that anymore. And then you hear this story.
It's an illegal pursuit. It's an illegal pursuit.
Yeah.
Over and over again.
So I stopped at the Shell, a little truck stop, just a little bitty truck stop. You can put about 10, 15 trucks in there, I guess. But I was talking to this guy hauling gas. You know, he rolls in with this tanker, and he's putting gas, and he's up at the register, man, signing it. I walked in, I'm like, man, I sure wouldn't want to be paying that bill. And we ended up, I don't know, standing out in the lot there for probably 45 minutes talking. But Steve, I told you they were building the Loves out here, right at Dry Fork and 74.
Mm-hmm.
And man, they must be pouring the footers because they got about 10 concrete trucks lined up. They got it lit up like a Christmas tree. And the big booms, you know, they use to pump the concrete. So they're pouring them footers out there, man. So I don't know how long it's going to take them to get that thing built and up and running. But so these guys will have a place to park. I mean, they're all parked up and down the ramp on Dry Fork, you know, because there's no more spots at that little Shell station there. But sooner or later, I guess they'll get this thing built, and these guys coming across the state line or getting ready to leave the Ohio state line will have a place to park it for the night. So, all right, my man, I just thought I'd share that.
One other question. I don't know if you were still with us when I was talking about you mentioned the IRS, and then some of these, alluding to these government agencies buying up all the ammo or whatever. Did you hear that story, or did you miss that?
Yeah, I did hear a little bit of that. That's not unusual, Steve, especially like Homeland Security.
Yeah.
you know, like our range, Steve. I mean, I don't know how many thousands of rounds that we buy a year, you know, but it's several thousand. I mean, we're talking maybe 30, 40,000 rounds, easy. I would think. So it's really not that unusual.
So was I correct in my assessment that I know that you have to go out to the range every so often, and all the officers, I mean, my son, yeah, they have to go out and qualify or whatever every so often, and
yes, sir. Unfortunately, with the cutbacks and everything, Steve, we only qualify one time a year now.
Oh,
with the pistols and the shotgun. Yeah, remember I'd seen Junior down there today. He was down there qualifying with his department. You know, when I let him push the button on something that goes boom. Remember that?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, that's when he was down there qualifying. Different departments, but I mean, our budget is so slashed now. We only qualify once a year. Now with the rifles we carry, we do that 4 times a year with the rifles. But we still go through, I mean, that day, you know, when we requal, it's a whole day for us. It's an in-service training day. We spend a whole day down there doing nothing but shooting all day.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it's not unusual for some of these departments to stock up on ammo.
So when it comes to,
you know, there was a while there.
When they say the IRS, though, they're talking about federal agencies. I don't care whoever, if you carry a gun, if you're a federal agent, whatever, you still have to use the ammo and qualify.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely. And they're probably have the mindset of some of us out here. We better stock up.
Right.
You know, in case something happens. But yeah, I mean, for a while there, Steve, back you know, when the Afghanistan war was going on, it was hard to find 223s. You know, with the rifle shoots, the ARs and the M16s we got, they were, you know, we were having trouble finding the rounds. You know, and because you know the military was eating them up. You know, you couldn't even find them. You couldn't go online, or you walk into a gun store and say, "You got any 223s?" They just laugh at you. Yeah, right. But yeah, so yeah, hey Steve, I thought I heard something about the fireworks in Ohio. I would have thought that, you know, my other gig here with the county, I would have heard something about that. But I did hear something about it in the news. Now I'm sure within the next week or two, probably less than that, I'm sure I'll probably hear something, get some sort of intel information on these fireworks, you know, about in Ohio. But it sounds to me like it's going to be like no different in Indiana. You know, whatever you can buy in Indiana, you can bring over here in Ohio and have at it, you know. Ever since my neighbor, I guess I shouldn't really say this. I mean, I wouldn't do anything illegal now, Steve, you know, but ever since my neighbor put a pool up, man, you know, I just feel bad. I can't do it anymore, man. He ends up with too much debris in his pool, you know, because he's right next door. So, man, I do the nice neighborly thing and don't shoot off any of the big ones anymore. But, all right, my man, have a good night. Hopefully the next hour and 10 minutes will go by fast.
Thank you very much. And yeah, that looking at that 4 a.m., right? 0400 for Pappy. Be about 2 hours and 10 for me. Yeah, I'm looking at, here's the short and skinny on it. The new Ohio law, in addition to allowing consumer-grade fireworks from July 1 to July 5, the new law also allows consumer-grade, that's your 1.4 G fireworks, to be purchased and set off on New Year's Day, Memorial Day weekend, Juneteenth, Cinco de Mayo, and Labor Day weekend. That's apparently the new law, yes, signed by Governor DeWine. How about that? I had not actually heard about that till Plowboy brought it up, and I did a quick search there. So, all right, back into this Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I pulled up a little blurb from the Dayton Daily News this past day here in Ohio, talking about the new fireworks law. As the July 4 holiday approaches, for the first time since Ohio changed their fireworks laws, cities are reminding residents the rules vary depending on where you live. The new state law, as I mentioned, allows consumer-grade fireworks those designated days. This says July 3rd through the 5th, weekends immediately before and after. So that would be technically this weekend and the weekend after from 4 to 11 p.m. each of those days. But in this case, Dayton, Beaver Creek, Germantown, Kettering, Oakwood, Fairborn, all among cities that have opted out, as they say, of House Bill 172. Dayton police reminding the public that setting off fireworks is still illegal in the city, despite the new state law. You're talking about the number of injuries and fires and things like that occurs. So, all right. So it depends on where you live. It is 844-844-3388. Good morning, Scarecrow. Hey there.
Hey, Kimasabi. I'll stick with you as long as I can, Steve. I may have to go to work here in a little bit. Thinking about getting your concealed carry or open carry or such. Wouldn't just displaying your ID showing that you're a resident of New York, and maybe more specifically New York City, wouldn't that be reason enough to be granted that permit?
You sure as hell think. Yes.
I mean, that review board, obviously no sense of reality there. Man. Myself too. I know darn well it's not a full moon tonight, but I found myself looking out the windshield about the first time you made note of that tonight, that first story. I mean, I bit about probably about 6 feet of the shoulder. One of them non-CDL six-wheelers thought he was entitled to a couple, 3 feet to my lane. So, and then a couple more big trucks, on the shoulder with their four ways all lit up. You could see them the best part of a mile ahead. Yet it was other big trucks that all but sideswiped them. They you could see them do a pretty severe lean to the trailer when they finally realized there was something on the shoulder. The inattentive driving out here is just nuts. And we get down on the four wheelers, but the trucking industry is certainly doing their parts to show their ignorance too. Now, Steve, I'd like to take the program to the Baloney and BS Friday, session here for a little bit. Now we know that Horse Feathers is really looking forward to a fire engine. And he was pretty disappointed, I think, from his trip down south there. He came back empty-handed. He talked to me earlier about that, and he seemed pretty fired up about that. Well, Horse Feathers, I might have the answer for you here. I brought up a little earlier about an upcoming auction, antique, auto auction we got coming up over our side of the state, end of September there, Elmer's Auto Salvage and Museum. He's got a fire chief's car there. It looks like it's unmolested, original. Maybe that's something he might be interested in. I haven't seen the full list. He might also have a fire engine as far as that goes, but and it's very economical to run. Did I forget to mention it's a pedal car? But just in case that might pique his interest there, But it looks like it's probably original given all the patina, hanging on it. And then always moving. She comes into my conversation every once in a while. And I have to bring everybody up to speed there because if they don't know the beginning of the story, they won't understand how I'm wrapping it up here. A while back, always moving, she was having a challenging day or maybe a challenging week or such, and she was so hoping somebody would adopt her. Well, I picked up on that right away and informed you all that I was getting the adoption papers in order and such. And of course, Horse Feathers, he kind of threw his hat in the ring there too. So I don't know. It didn't actually become a bidding process, but and you didn't know at the time they're always moving. We're up in Wisconsin there. You could get used to the 20 below weather and such. And after your call tonight, I'm starting to have second thoughts on this whole process because we've had upper 90s. We'll touch on the triple digits once in a great while, and I already have one female in the household there, Steve, that doesn't deal with the heat well at all. I've shared with you how she the bride there, she takes numerous fans and whatnot in addition to the air conditioning to keep her at room temperature there. So, man, I don't need I really don't need two sweaters to have to deal with her on a daily basis. No, geez, I hope I'm not breaking your heart there. Always moving because we got the critters. We got the critters in the house that you're thinking about there. Shucks, it's like a zoo with 3 cats and 2 dogs, and we do have the neighbors' horses you could go over and pal around with. But so yeah, that was I guess that's about the only BS I could come up with for the moment here, Steve. Things are looking up on the shippers' end here. They've kind of taken our suggestions to heart, and they're getting us out in a little better shape these days. So it's all a whole lot easier to help you out with that loneliest hour there. So yeah, we gotta kind of got to go justify our pay here for the moment. So we'll maybe be able to hook up with you after a little bit.
All right. Well, hey, have a good morning. If we don't chat again, we'll chat next week. Have a great weekend. And there we go. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast as we enter a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Shortly after a Supreme Court ruled to make it easier to carry concealed guns, President Joe Biden and the Department of Justice slammed the controversial ruling. The president said he was, quote, deeply disappointed by the decision the Supreme Court made to revoke a New York law that required gun owners to provide a reason why they should be able to carry a gun in public.
I am disappointed in the Supreme Court gun decision.
It, I believe, defies common sense and the Constitution.
That was Vice President Kamala Harris. The White House announced a $450 million assistance package for Ukraine that includes 4 more high-mobility artillery rocket systems as the fight with Russia continues. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol focused this week's hearing on the efforts of then-President Donald Trump and former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark to pressure the department to help overturn the 2020 election results. Officials are stressing the importance of young kids getting vaccinated.
Children as young as 6 months old are now eligible to be vaccinated against COVID-19 following the approval late last week by the FDA and the CDC of Moderna and Pfizer doses for kids between 6 months and 5 years old. According to the latest data from the CDC, 442 children under the age of 5 have died from COVID during the pandemic. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Over 100 cases of gastrointestinal illnesses have been reported at the Grand Canyon, with cases pouring in among visitors to the Colorado River and backcountry campers, according to the park officials. The symptoms are consistent with those of norovirus, which the Center for Disease Control and Prevention describes as a contagious virus that causes vomiting and diarrhea, with symptoms including nausea, stomach cramping, and pain. The national park, which is in northern Arizona, released a gastrointestinal illness alert. Layoffs have hit Netflix again, with the streamer letting go of roughly 300 staffers, the company said. The cuts are across multiple business functions in the company, with a bulk of the jobs lost in the U.S. There was an attack on a pro-life center.
Suspected Democrat activists continue to attack pro-life centers as President Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and the Department of Justice remain silent on the violence. The two Michigan pro-life center attacks were at the Lennon Pregnancy Center, that's in Dearborn Heights, and the Pregnancy Care Center in Redford. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, here it is. Yes, a Friday. So here comes the weekend, right? Let me see here. Somebody responded to Hillbilly Tex. Tex, they said, tell Tex to go to settings on his phone. Go to the Do Not Disturb and see if you changed something there. All right, the Do Not Disturb, that would turn the volume down, right? I presume. All right, let's see. Story Pappy was talking about, not a whole lot more detail here, but out of Colorado. This guy now facing a slew of charges after he stole the patrol car while intoxicated and actually showed up for a domestic violence call. Jeremiah James Taylor breaking into the unstaffed Park County Sheriff's substation Monday morning. Steals a 2013 Dodge Durango patrol car. He then drives to the nearby Teller County after officials had broadcast a domestic violence incident. Ultimately arrested more than 2 hours later after he led police on a chase reaching speeds of 110 miles per hour. Ultimately crashed the Durango and fled into the woods. Deputies found him in the brush, armed with a knife. According to the incident report, a confrontation ensues, prompting officers to fire shots and deploy a taser. He was apprehended, ultimately hospitalized with self-inflicted knife wounds. Later hit with 8 different charges, including aggravated motor vehicle theft. Hey, there's a primo candidate for our Dumbass of the Week nominees, right? Haven't done those in a while. All right, with the high prices at the pump in the Bluegrass State, Governor Beshear this past day taking action to combat any signs of price gouging at the pump, touting it as a consumer protection measure. The Democrat governor signed an executive order declaring a state of emergency in response to gas prices hovering close to $5 per gallon. That activates what they call the Kentucky price gouging laws. With this, Kentucky consumers can report suspected price gouging at the pump to the state attorney general office. Beshear said every little bit helps in trying to offer relief to consumers reeling from the prices. Now, he acknowledged the governor's options are really limited in dealing with the global unrest economically. Cameron responded by urging Kentuckians to alert his office, that's the attorney general, if you detect any signs of price gouging. Prices are, it's a nationwide thing. I don't think prices are they're not dramatically different in Kentucky than they are anywhere else in the country, are they? No. If anything, if you want to insinuate price gouging, ask the people in California paying $7 for a gallon of gas or damn near $8 a gallon for a diesel fuel there. Well, what's going on with a heat wave this Friday morning? Hey there.
Good morning, senor. From Hatch, New Mexico, where they have the red and green chilies growing right now, and they'll be going to a local grocery out here, and they'll be in 20-pound boxes, and you can get them roasted, and then you can have them sent FedEx to wherever you want. So you want 20 pounds of roasted green and red chilies?
Green or red chilies? I don't know. I meant to ask you, because you brought up chilies a few weeks ago. I shared that story about that one, I guess one of the biggest names in, what do they call it, sriracha hot sauce, that says they're not going to be able to make any more till, I don't know, till this fall or something. They're shutting down the production line because they can't get chilies.
Well, I think that's a particular kind of chili pepper that they're using. So, other than that, I don't know nothing about it.
Okay.
All I know is whenever you go to Mickey D's out here or any kind of hamburger joint, they'll ask you if you want red or green chili on your hamburger.
Really?
It's kind of like asking if you want cheese or bacon. Yeah.
Chilies on your burger.
Come out here.
I've never heard such a thing.
Well, that's just a New Mexico thing, I guess. I don't know. You're going to have to come out here one of these times and just take a look-see for yourself. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got lightning all around me heading down to El Paso. I guess I'm going to be running into a storm. I guess that means I won't be needing a bath later on tonight because I'll be taking a cold shower here in about an hour and a half. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Okay, before I got cut off yesterday by technology, we were talking about Biden's 18-cent repeal of the federal gas tax for 3 months. And I don't know if they talked about it today or if anything was done or if they tabled it or what, but It seems to me that we could be saving ourselves a lot, and I mean a lot of money, by just putting up this wall on the southern border. We've already got the product there. Let's use it, get it done, get it over with. Be like a dam funneling water down a certain channel. Yeah, you may get a lot of water from all sorts of the area, but it can only go out one door, and that's what needs to be done. And if we could get that set up, I don't know how many billions of dollars it is that we spend each month or each year in the feeding of these people, getting them SNAP or EBT cards, giving them cash assistance so they can go do whatever it is they want to do while they're here illegally. And then we also give them, housing. And I'm sure they incur, costs for gas, electricity, water. And I wonder just how many billions of dollars it costs to support those illegal aliens. Well, if we didn't have to spend that kind of money on illegal aliens, I think we could take care of ourselves pretty good over here. What do you think?
A whole lot easier. Yes, sir.
Yep. So, anyways, and I guess I got bits and pieces of Pappy's thing yesterday where he was talking about me being a little harsh on certain folks out
on
here.
the law enforcement there, yeah.
Well, I was mainly talking about these idiots that set fire, knowing damn good and well that the winds were going to blow, and not listening to their people on the ground there saying, oh, this is not a good idea. Well, the book says we got to do it, so by God, we got to do it. Yeah. Common sense is very limited in any form or fashion. I've said before, it don't matter that someone may have a degree from college. All you got to do is look at AOC and go, you're right, that was a waste of time trying to teach her something. She's got a piece of paper, but it don't make her any damn smarter than anyone else out here. So, anyways, no, the people that need to be busting big rocks into sand is that school police chief down there in Uvalde, and someone earlier today, and I'm afraid I was one that was killing Texas ring dial or ringtone on the phone, because they were asking, why is it we haven't heard from that police chief down there that for the Uvalde school district. And I said, because he would have to admit that he was wrong, and he's probably living with the guilt that, he is the one that had killed 21 people by not going in and taking care of this clown right away. 3 minutes worth of time, that young man probably killed a few people already, and we would be in an uproar over that, but at least he would have said we went in as fast as we could. So, I think what this clown is trying to do, he don't want to answer to nobody. And I imagine this is weighing pretty heavily on his mind.
Oh, it has to be, yeah.
So if he,
especially when they come back with the reports that there were, a number of those children that were actually still alive when they went in and died on the way to the hospital or at the hospital. Yes. Some of them undoubtedly could have been saved.
Yes. And, I said, this sorry person is probably he's probably already figured out a way to get out of testifying. He'd probably commit suicide just to leave everybody, questioning his motives and guessing instead of him being, manning up and saying, yes, I messed up. I take full responsibility. That's the kind of person that needs to go into a federal prison and just start beating the hell out of rocks and pounding them into sand. So that's, that was my thoughts from yesterday. Like I said, technology, it's great when it works, but when it doesn't, it sucks to high heavens. So, anyways, I was talking to Chevy Guy yesterday. Well, he mentioned we were talking. And there was something he said that I shouldn't be saying, and I tell you what, just as soon as I could figure it out what it is, I have to call you back and let you know.
Okay, all right.
I have I'm having an elderly moment here. Kind of like a Joe Biden, but just not near as severe.
Right. Hey, well, I'm looking at the radar.
I know where I'm at.
I'm looking at the radar.
Yeah.
Where'd you say you are again?
I'm in Hatch, New Mexico, heading down toward El Paso. I've got Las Cruces in front of me here, about 35 miles, and then El Paso is about another 45 miles beyond that.
All right, yeah, a little cluster of thunderstorms right there, like dead center between Las Cruces and Anthony. So, yeah, it's not a big area. Now, further south, I guess that's on down across the border though, into Mexico. A lot of showers and thunderstorms showing up there. But it's all it's drifting northward. It may be coming your way. So, yeah, that cluster is kind of headed toward Las Cruces.
Very humid out here. Very humid. And I'm also going past the exit for the spaceport. I think this is where that Virgin Galactic character was supposed to have his spacecraft going up. Spaceport America, exit 32. Well, you know what? You can't see that darn thing from the interstate. And, it's been here in New Mexico for, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years. And we still haven't had a flight out of here, for civilians to go up to the top of the atmosphere into the lower orbit and then come back down. I think Richard Branson is the head of Galactic. Yep. But I'm getting a little tired of my tax money coming out here to support this spaceport. I mean, it's like the old man says, either crap or get off the pot. Yes, do something. At the very least, let's have this be like a resort for those people like, I don't know, John Kerry, whoever has their own airplanes. If they ever want to come out here to the land of entrapment, let them park this plane out here and go to Elephant Butte or the White Sands Missile Range or whatever. But that gum, let's do something with that property instead of just looking at it going, yeah, it's there. So, anyways, other than that, well, just as soon as I can figure out what it was Chevy Guy was begging me not to talk about, I'll call back and let you know what it was.
When you figure it out. All right, enjoy. Hopefully you could use a little bit of rain down there anyway, right? Not going to complain about a shower. Hey, your truck gets a free bath, right? Hello to Dale. Good morning from Chandler, Arizona. 91 degrees. A little dusty. When was that? It's about an hour and a half ago. All right, morning, Dale. Hello to Billy checking in from Beulahville, North Carolina. 71 degrees there tonight. Mr. Q on board. Hello, Mr. Q. Let's see, morning overnight drive, and Steve Sommers. I'm on I-40 in Tennessee, working my way north. Happy Friday. Safe travels from Kentucky Ken on board this morning. Tree Frog. Morning, Steve. Don't know if you've already mentioned it, but did you hear Biden kind of make a bit of a faux pas? It seems he actually said we're getting ready for the next pandemic. Yes, I shared that audio. I think that was last night. It was a little question and answer session, but the reporter was asking him, talking about that they've authorized the vaccines for the kids 6 months to 5 years old. And he was asking, all right, so how many of these vaccines do we have the money to purchase, already appropriated? When are you going to need more money? And his response was, we should be able to get to the end of the year, but it's not just money for the vaccines. Yeah, we need money for the next pandemic. There's another pandemic coming. Uh-oh. Yeah, and that's what, kind of raised the red flags. Yeah, because he made it sound like it's coming soon. We got money to get to the end of the year, but we're getting ready for the next pandemic, which may be coming shortly thereafter. That's what it sounded like. Gotcha. All right, it is 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Friday. Hello to Billy the Kid. Hey, Steve, just wanted to say happy Friday to everybody out there. Heading back to the home 20 as we speak. I'm going to get a nap and head over to Troy Saturday. Take Moose out for a big T-bone steak for his birthday. Moose has a birthday coming up this weekend, huh? Well, happy birthday, Moose. Haven't heard from him in a while. Let's see. I know y'all probably get tired of hearing me say it, but Moose has done so much for me and so many others. And I hold the man in the highest regard. And if it hadn't been for your show, I would have never met him. Your show has blessed me with meeting so many new friends over the years. Moose, Tex, Monkey Gouger, Deranger, and so many others. So hope everybody has a great weekend, and thanks for all you do. We've got Big Orange pointed north, and we're listening in. That's great. Well, happy birthday again, Moose, if we don't talk to you before. Have a great weekend. Wheelchair Dave on board. Hey there, what's going on, Dave? Hey, Steve, I'd like you to reach out and let your friend, Double R, know we're praying for a good outcome on his wife's surgery and recovery upcoming here. Yeah, when was that? Is that supposed to be? Because I'd asked him several times, and I believe, was it surgery yesterday or today? I think you're right there. Dave, I forgot about that. Anyway, Dave said, looks like the UTI is under control. Steve, I kind of miss old Lobster calling in, creating mayhem. And where's Knucklebuster's Bologna? All right. Thank you so much, Wheelchair Dave. Good to hear from you. Have a great weekend. And I'm still friends on Facebook with Lobster. I see a post here and there every once in a while. I'll throw a jab at him. I just assume he's working days. Yeah, I've heard from him, once or twice in like a year and a half's time. Doesn't check in much anymore. All right, our number is 844-844-3388. Get back to your calls after a quick news break here on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The summer is just starting and temperatures across the country are getting the memo. The sweltering heat is continuing Thursday in the deep south with some areas hitting 110 degrees. Heat advisories are in effect from Florida to the Great Lakes. Fed Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell wrapped up 2 days of testifying on Capitol Hill following the Fed's approval of a large interest rate increase. Powell saying the Fed Reserve understands the impact of high inflation and that supply chain disruptions are continuing in Asia and could cause inflation to continue rising.
The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is boosting prices for gasoline and fuel and is creating additional upward pressure on inflation.
Inflation sitting at a 40-year high. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Tom. Tom Kelly there, Houston, Texas. Another hot night there in the Houston area, right? A late night for sure at the Houston studios. Tom just zipped me an email a few moments ago. Thursday nights, TNC primetime shows are all ready to roll for the Friday morning encore. Starting at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, right after we wrap up the overnight drive. It's the newest installment of the fastest growing show at TNCRadio.live. It's Mind Your Trucking Business. The topic this morning will be cybersecurity for truckers. The conversation between the hosts, James, Tom, and Jamie, will shock you. James is left flabbergasted when Tom shows him the personal information he can dig up on him, knowing only his name and email address. And before the show's over, the host will lay out 5 things everyone should be doing to make their trucking business more secure. Then Ron Samuels steps up on his continuous journey through the history of popular music. This week, it's the tenors. Yep, those tenors. And a few others beside. Finally, coming up 7 a.m. Eastern Time, don't miss Remember When with Wesley Britton. Remember, if you wish to, you could attend church on Sunday morning. But if you have to drive instead, TNCRadio.live, we've got you covered with Truckers Church starting at 9 a.m. Eastern each and every Sunday. All available on TNCRadio.live, the website, or the app. Everybody have a fun, safe, and if you can, cool weekend. And that may be a little difficult for some out there, especially for folks like you in the Houston area, right? A hot one. All right, back to the calls we go. And who we got on the line? Talking about supply chain.
This is Vic.
Hey, Vic, what's happening?
Well, not a whole lot of everything, but when you were talking about the Indiana fireworks law, that law says you can set off fireworks where you can safely do so. Long story short, after they passed that law, we had a representative over here, a state representative, and she wanted to basically ban it in all subdivisions, and one of the reasons being, like I live in a planned unit development, and to explain how this is, the houses are so close together that they can't put eaves troughs on them, or not eaves troughs, but they can't put eaves on the side of the houses, the overhangs on the roof, because if they did, it would violate the fire codes. The houses would be too close together. And so people in my neighborhood, when I bought in here, I thought it was going to have certain restrictive covenants, but apparently it doesn't apply to fireworks. So they set fireworks off in the street and, close to your house and everything else. I didn't realize that was it was a safe place to do so, but apparently it does seem to be. And the other thing is, these houses are so cheaply constructed that the siding will actually warp if the neighbor's windows happens to reflect light onto the siding.
Wow.
I mean, I won't go any farther than that, because I imagine all the firefighters out there is like, oh no, don't give any arsonists any ideas, because anyway, I'll just leave it at that. But what I called in about was the supply chain issues and the January 6th hearings that they're having. On the supply chain issues, I didn't realize that executive order about having to have a vaccination is still in effect. But I seen an interview with someone from Southwest. I don't know if it was a union leader or what, and they were commenting about some of the people, they're having problems hiring people, and I know that's what the Freedom Convoy was all about. So it just struck me as odd as to, why didn't Biden just rescind that order, because it's causing hiring problems within the supply chain, which in turn is aggravating the whole supply chain issue. So, let's face it, these guys have got to be the Keystone Cops, or I don't know what. Carter, at least, he made some bad decisions in some ways, and some were actually retreads from, retries from the Nixon administration. But his administration was, they had people that at least, that I was trying to think what they call it, Georgia Mafia or whatever. But he brought some people up from Georgia that had been in his state cabinet and stuff. They could at least get things done. They might have been the wrong thing to do, but they could get them done. And he also did some of the right things. But anyway, I've just never seen this level of incompetence on the governmental level. And heat wave, talking about the fire that they had out there, and the Forest Service messing up. I just give you a little bit of my personal history. I left the government because I underwent an inspector general inspection in my district, because some of the reports I sent in got a dam canceled in Illinois that then Senator Dirksen and his then son-in-law, Senator Howard Baker out of Tennessee, desperately wanted, because there had been some real estate purchase of questionable origin. But they wanted to build a dam in the old Mississippi River riverbed, and that's alluvial soil, and you can't build earthen dams in that of the size and the magnitude they wanted. And several even of our smaller agriculture dams had failed, and we had instances of all kinds of failure. And the district engineer out of Molina, Illinois, he included all of our reports in with his report, and that seemed to upset everybody. But he's the one that actually did it. He could have been the district engineer from the Corps of Engineers. He could have ignored all that, but he put it all in there. I don't know whatever happened to him, but we got a memo after that district conservationists were not supposed to talk to district engineers from the Corps of Engineers, because district engineers, the Corps of Engineers, were at a higher level than USDA district conservationists. All conversation had to go through the state level. And that's just one example. And anyway, whenever I went through the Inspector General inspection, the guy came and he said, you have the most efficient work unit in all of USDA. And I said, oh, really? And it was a 5-year audit. I said, well, I can't take all the credit, because the guy that was here before me, he had a part to do it anyway. And he said, but, and there's always that but, I'm going to have to give you an unsatisfactory, because you're not following the system that was developed out of Washington. And I said, well, wait a second here. If we have the most efficient work unit, shouldn't they adopt our system rather than us being a poison?
Yep.
And he said, you don't plan to work for the government very long, do you? And I said, well, I guess not. So I left about 6 months later. And so, there's just so much stuff that is going wrong. But and the other thing, too, is that people need to understand is whenever you have these congressional hearings and things get to the congressional record, anything that's put in there, you can't sue somebody for libel. Anything done on the congressional floor is exempt from all libel and slander laws. And when I watched that report today, a little bit of it, they were grilling this individual, and they were his conversation that he was having with President Trump, and it was this Adam Kinzinger, and it was very plainly, it was more geared to some reporter is going to pick up a soundbite and run with it, and that news media knows that if they use that report, they're exempt from any lawsuits, okay? So whenever he was talking about Trump was questioning him, the person they were interviewing. I don't even know who he was, but he said he had just taken written notes, and he was having a hard time convincing Trump that the Justice Department couldn't investigate with any questionable things. But it centered around I believe he's a representative by the name of Perry up in Pennsylvania, Scott Perry, and I think it's the 5th Congressional District. And this individual, real quick, I guess he still is Brigadier General in the National Guard, has quite a resume, helicopter pilot and all that good stuff. But anyway, and there was an individual within the Justice Department that they were trying to have him investigate all of these claims that people had made. But the only thing that Kinzinger wanted to concentrate on was he was talking about a truck driver that said, I don't remember this or not, that he carried a bunch of ballots from New York into Pennsylvania. And supposedly they had investigated that, found out that was a false story and everything else. But they never really backed up with a whole lot of evidence, and they never said that they gave Trump the evidence. And all Trump was really trying to do was to get somebody to investigate it and see, what exactly had happened, were these claims false or weren't they false? And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, okay, if that truck driver lied about that shipment, he committed several federal felonies. And so, why wasn't that followed up on? I mean, I don't wish the truck driver, I hope it don't cause him any problems. But the simple fact of the matter is, that's just one instance, and there were a whole bunch of them. And that was a point I think that Trump was trying to make was, okay, if people lied to me, I want to know it, I mean, that's what any executive does, because people do lie to you a lot, Steve, as you know, when you're in a position of power. But anyway, all Kinzinger wanted to get in there was he wanted to say this was false and that was false and this was false and that was false. But we didn't do any follow-up investigation. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, this is such a propagandized version of them trying to basically isolate Trump, trying to get all the people that support him away from him. So, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I try not to watch it, but sometimes when I'm channel surfing, I come across something and I watch it for a while, and it's like, man, this is just like the old stuff we used to watch on Soviet propaganda way back when in the Cold War days, and we were all, trained to be anti-communist and all that stuff. And it's just unbelievable what this country is going through with. And then you mentioned that now we're going to celebrate Cinco de Mayo and some other foreign.
Juneteenth and Cinco de Mayo. We're allowed to do fireworks on those celebratory days.
Right, and I'm thinking, there's a whole lot of things that relate more to this country than those two particular days. And with this, I'll let you go. But Juneteenth basically centered around people in Texas being let free, and most of those slaves at that particular time were slaves of the Cherokee tribes. There were 2 Confederate generals that were in Cherokee. And so really what they're talking about is primarily the slaves of the Cherokee tribe. And one little tidbit there, those, they were called, a lot of the offspring is called Black Indians. And Judge Parker, a hanging judge out of Fort Smith, Arkansas, hired a lot of those people to go into what was called the Indian Territory at the time, or the Badlands, that later became Oklahoma. And they do have those people. I mean, the stories that you read about those guys, it is unbelievable. Let me tell you, they faced a lot of danger, and they are a lot of heroes. But I'm sitting there thinking, you hear about Juneteenth, but you don't hear about any of the people, any of the U.S. Marshals that wrote for Judge Parker, and that I mean, their exploits and feats. It's almost unimaginable what you can get of it. And then of course you will hear about the younger gang who was they were deputy U.S. Marshals and kind of split because they didn't get paid for something. But if you want to read some interesting, real old Wild West stories, just look up Judge Parker at Fort Smith, Arkansas. And like I said, those Black Indians, they called them, those U.S. Marshals, their feats were basically unimaginable.
Wow.
And,
all right. Well, Vic, I thank you for chiming in this morning. A lot of info, Vic. Kind of a walking encyclopedia, but hey, we got to get a quick time out, and it's 10 before the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, we jump back into it here on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Hey, Rambler checking in this morning. Good morning, Rambler. Come on, computer, pick up. There we go.
Well, there we go. Well, praise God. Good morning, Steve, and to all you other God's children out there. Glad to be on the air with you tonight, this morning. Praise God, man. And I tell you, we're getting ready for the weekend, and I hear you talked about the 4th of July and the watermelon roast. I know you're going to have yourself a good old-fashioned watermelon roast. You got to keep up with tradition, Steve, you know. And glad to hear from Hillbilly Tech tonight. And love his comments. A great morning, a great day to be alive, and it sure is, Steve. And you know, talking about that story you read about that person that stole the police cruiser. You know, I mean, you got to be pretty whacked out of your mind. Be like, well, you know, what are we gonna do here? Either we're gonna go to White Castle, Waffle House. I tell you what. Let's go solve some world problems. Let's go see if I can't intervene and make someone's life better. That was trying to solve the domestic dispute instead of just going on, stealing the police cruiser, going to find the local Waffle House and get some scattered, smothered, covered, and get all that alcohol sopped up out of your stomach and get some common sense slapped into you, right. You know? You read a story last night that kind of moved me, Steve, about about a man named Gonzalez that had passed away.
Yes.
And I tell you, you know, I don't know if the family had life insurance or a burial policy, and that's what I'm calling about. And I'm not a insurance salesman by any means, but as a man of God, as a person who is as a man who is an ordained minister who's done so many funerals, officiated so many funerals, I don't lost count. there's been very, very, very few that I've done that the family had everything lined up. Normally, Steve, when I'm officiating a funeral, the families had to have bake sales, they've had to have yard sales, they've had to have money drives, a GoFundMe, and I tell you, it's heart wrenching. And I want to reach out to God's children. Like I said, I know money's tough with everybody right now. You know, if you don't have life insurance or a burial policy, I want to encourage you to go and get yourself one. At least get one for you and your wife, or if you're by yourself, try and get one. All you got to do is just go to your local funeral home, you know, if you know them. They sell burial policies. And a lot of funeral homes, when they do a burial policy, Steve, the moment you make that first payment, it's in effect. I mean, if you die out of state, that burial policy covers getting your body back home. Normally when you buy a burial policy through a funeral home, you get to pick out your casket and all that stuff. And, you know, I had a buddy of mine, his mother passed away, and that's what she did. And I tell you, it was a whole lot easier for the family because she had everything lined up. You know, that family, they weren't stressing out how they're going to bury this person. You know, they weren't stressing out, well, a lot of people don't want to be cremated, you know, and there's nothing wrong with being cremated. But, you know, I mean, and I'm going to tell you, your typical funeral, Steve, costs, I mean, if you want to open it, this is the vault, opening, closing of the casket, picking out the casket. A lot of times, if you don't have a minister, you have to pay a minister, and they charge about $400. I would never, ever, ever charge no one that. I don't charge people, period. I just leave it up to them. They want to give me a love offering, they give me a love offering. I wouldn't dare charge anybody a dime for doing God's work. But it's like that, and you got to realize, you know, the days of old were, you know, the funeral home would take you at your word, and they could trust you to make payments. Look, those days are gone because it has so many people screw them out of money. A funeral home, God's children, is a business. They listen. It's just cruel because I know people that are in the funeral business. They do not care about you. They care about the bottom dollar. Yes, they have sympathy. Yes, they have sorrow for you. They hate the fact that you lost your loved one. But when it comes down to it, they're in this business to make money. Okay? And if you ain't got enough money to bury your wife or your children or your mom or your dad or your grandparents, then you got to go to the lowest common denominator. And that's trying either donate your loved one's body to science, find the cheapest way to have them cremated. And it's really sad and it's cruel. That's why I'm telling you tonight, God's children, listen to Brother Rambler, what he's telling you. You know, and a lot of burial policies is inexpensive. And your common funeral, if that's the way you want to go, is going to run you about $15,000. And that's the God's honest truth, about $15,000. So when you look at a burial policy or getting life insurance on yourself or your loved ones, that's going to be about how much you're going to have a decent burial. And I know it sounds morbid, and I don't mean to come to you tonight and be morbid. I'm just trying to be real because that broke my heart. I mean, here's this family. They're waiting to get their loved one back. And we don't know how many hoops of fire they had to jump through, Steve, to get their loved one back. You know, they're all – and I can just picture it because I've been there. Everyone dressed up in suits and everything, and all of a sudden the casket gets open and it's the wrong person. Can you imagine the emotional toll it took on that family, you know?
And then come to find out their loved one that was supposed to be in the casket had already been cremated.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And Steve, I'm telling you, you know, not everyone's like me. You know, I look at death as a temporary thing. I look at it as the hermit crab effect. You know, you don't move from one stage. You know, you done got, you know, your spirit's done with this earthly shell. Now it's moved on. And I tell you, I look forward to it because, man, this old world, Steve, I'm about, this old world is just crazy. And I tell you, everything I read in the Bible about heaven and people I've talked to that have went there and came back, I can't wait to go. Can't wait to see my Jesus. I can't wait to see my family and everything like that. So praise God. But you mentioned church and, to TNC Radio Live, they have Sunday morning church. Well, guess what? If you're not a morning person, we have Sunday night church at Determined Ministries Church. You can find us, Steve, on Facebook. Determined Ministries Church. We go live at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. Hopefully I got the internet problem resolved. We had some hiccups last Sunday. But praise God, come on, give us a shot, tune on in, and get to see what this bearded fat man looks like when you do that. Wears glasses, if I keep on going, and my hair keeps on getting a little, and my beard keeps on getting gray, I'm gonna look like Santa Claus for too long. But come on out, and be with us, and remember, God's children. And I mean this with all sincerity. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And Jesus can love you, and he does. Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And I hope to see you Sunday. And listen, when you get done with us at Determined Ministries Church, stay up a couple hours. I always try to stay up a couple hours and give Steve Sommers and the show a shot. Steve, what time do you go on live on Sunday night?
That would be at the midnight hour Eastern Time.
That's right, live from the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati and the Hot Shot Secret Studio. So God's children, give us a shot. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. I love you, God's children. Steve, I love you, brother. You have a great weekend. God bless you, my friend.
Thank you. All right, good to hear from you, Rambler. All right, we've crossed over the top of the hour. Got to get a news break. Speaking of someone passing away, when I first sat down to do my show prep this evening, pulled up to Facebook, and it's my old boss from many years ago. It's actually Daryl Parks was program director there at 700. Yeah, still was the boss when my dad was still doing the show. He was my boss for a number of years after retirement. Daryl posted this past day, and it brings it home to reality. Yeah, see, 11 hours ago, he writes, and I don't know how he was able to write this. It's certainly something no one ever expects to happen. Let's just say something like this makes you realize the important priorities in life. Material things don't matter, but experiences instead create lasting memories. Now, shares a photograph. This picture is the last picture we took together. It was Friday night, a little over a week ago. The following day, we went to an outdoor art fair and a music festival under beautiful, glorious blue skies. A beautiful day and memories that will forever live in my heart. Said the love of my life passed away today. My best friend. We did everything together. Kathy was always happy. As a couple, she made up for my many flaws. I loved her so much. Thank you to all her friends and coworkers who were there for us over the years. Thank you to everyone in her adopted home of Cincinnati who made this Louisiana girl feel so welcome. Thank you to everyone in Buffalo who made the girl from New Iberia feel like she was dear and close family. I mean, unbelievable. Like I said, I can't see how he was able to post that, but he shared a photograph of he and his wife. And I feel so bad, as you can tell. Daryl was a good friend. All right, we get a news update.
USA Radio News.
Shortly after a Supreme Court ruled to make it easier to carry concealed guns, President Joe Biden and the Department of Justice slammed the controversial ruling. The president said he was, quote, deeply disappointed by the decision the Supreme Court made to revoke a New York law that required gun owners to provide a reason why they should be able to carry a gun in public.
I am disappointed in the Supreme Court gun decision. It, I believe, defies common sense and the Constitution.
That was Vice President Kamala Harris. The White House announced a $450 million assistance package for Ukraine that includes 4 more high-mobility artillery rocket systems as the fight with Russia continues. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol focused this week's hearing on the efforts of then-President Donald Trump and former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark to pressure the department to help overturn the 2020 election results. Officials are stressing the importance of young kids getting vaccinated.
Children as young as 6 months old are now eligible to be vaccinated against COVID-19 following the approval late last week by the FDA and the CDC of Moderna and Pfizer doses for kids between 6 months and 5 years old. According to the latest data from the CDC, 442 children under the age of 5 have died from COVID during the pandemic. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Over 100 cases of gastrointestinal illnesses have been reported at the Grand Canyon, with cases pouring in among visitors to the Colorado River and backcountry campers, according to the park officials. The symptoms are consistent with those of norovirus, which the Center for Disease Control and Prevention describes as a contagious virus that causes vomiting and diarrhea, with symptoms including nausea, stomach cramping, and pain. The national park, which is in northern Arizona, released a gastrointestinal illness alert. Layoffs have hit Netflix again, with the streamer letting go of roughly 300 staffers, the company said. The cuts are across multiple business functions in the company, with a bulk of the jobs lost in the U.S. There was an attack on a pro-life center.
Suspected Democrat activists continue to attack pro-life centers as President Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and the Department of Justice remain silent on the violence. The 2 Michigan pro-life center attacks were at the Lennon Pregnancy Center, that's in Dearborn Heights, and the Pregnancy Care Center in Redford. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate. because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back for our final hour here. Friday, TGIF, as we so often say. Who else checks in? Let me see here. Hello to Gary on board this morning. Tree Frog checking in. There's John Ferguson. The GM parts train is tired and ready for vacation. Traveling through Indy right now. We've got a comfy 67 degrees. Got a delivery at noon in Spring Hill today. Prayers and condolences for Daryl and his family and friends. Yep. All right, let's see. It was late last year. They tell us operators of the European Space Agency's Swarm constellation, that's the satellites, they noticed something kind of concerning. The satellites that measure the magnetic field around the Earth started sinking toward the atmosphere at an unusually fast rate. I mean, we're talking up to 10 times faster than before. Well, that change coincided with the onset of the new solar cycle, and experts believe it may be the beginning of some difficult years for spacecraft orbiting our planet. In the last 5-6 years, the satellites were sinking at about 1.5 miles a year, according to the Swarm mission manager, speaking to Space.com. But since December of last year, they've been virtually diving. The sink rate between December and April has been about 12 miles per year. Now, they explain satellites orbiting close to Earth always face the drag of the residual atmosphere, which gradually slows the spacecraft and eventually makes them fall back to the planet. They usually don't survive re-entry. They burn up in the atmosphere. But this atmospheric drag actually forces the International Space Station's controllers to perform what they call regular reboost maneuvers to keep the station orbiting 250 miles above the Earth. This drag also helps clean up the near-Earth environment from space junk. Scientists know the intensity of this drag depends on solar activity. The amount of solar wind being spewed out by the sun, which varies depending on the 11-year solar cycle. This last cycle, which officially ended in December of 2019, was a rather sleepy cycle, a below-average number of monthly sunspots, and a prolonged minimum of barely any activity. But since last fall, it's changed. Our star has begun waking up, spewing more and more solar wind, generating sunspots, solar flares, CMEs. And the Earth's upper atmosphere has felt the effects. There's a lot of complex physics that we still don't fully understand going on in the upper layers of the atmosphere where it interacts with the solar winds. We know that this interaction causes an upwelling of the atmosphere. That means the denser air shifts upward to higher altitudes. Denser air means higher drag for the satellites, though. Now, even though that density is incredibly low, 250 miles above the Earth, The increase caused by the upwelling atmosphere is enough to virtually send some of our low-orbiting satellites plummeting. It's almost like running against the wind, they say. It's harder. It's drag. It slows the satellites down, and when they slow down, they sink. Very interesting, though. Hey, speaking about the heavens out there, stepped out the bunker at the top of the hour during the break. Got a clear view at the top of the hour, had a clear view of Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Mercury not up yet. I don't think it's gonna be too low on the horizon from my vantage point to get a view of all five, but had a beautiful view of all four of the five planets. So if you've got clear skies, step outdoors. Take a gander this Friday morning. Larry.
Good morning.
Long time. How the heck you doing?
Well, I'm doing okay. Moved back to the Cincinnati area, as you know, in Harrison, Ohio, and working for a company now called 1-800-PACK-OUT. Have you got any clue what they do?
1-800-PACK-OUT. I'm not familiar, no.
You know, back about 4 years ago, I worked briefly for 1-800-BOARD-UP, which is owned by Teasdale Fenton. Teasdale Fenton owns a carpet cleaning company and also a restoration company. They're well equipped to go to national disasters, hurricanes, and things of that nature. They have a catastrophe crew. But 1-800-PACK-OUT, after 45 years plus in the fire service, I had no clue. So what happens is, after a fire, our crew will go in, inventory all the personal property, the content, and take it and put it into brown boxes, take it to our facilities, where we have facilities in Columbus, Ohio, and also in Cincinnati, clean it. There's a 3-stage cleaning process that everything goes through, store the materials until the house is remodeled, and then take it back to the homeowner once the house is remodeled. Steve, all these years in the fire service, we would commonly say, nobody got hurt today, nobody died, all this is replaceable.
Mm-hmm.
What I have learned, stuff isn't replaceable. You know, Grandma and Grandpa's wedding pictures, the kid's first communion, all those things are not necessarily replaceable. So what happens when the fire department leaves? The homeowner or the tenant is sitting there with a lot of grief about those family items that have been lost forever.
Yeah.
Now, the beauty for me is I will spend as much time necessary to sit there and talk to them. And a lot of times, you know, we're going to talk about the insurance process and so forth, so on. But as a chaplain, I have the opportunity to sit and pray with them or just sit and talk to them about things that concern them. Now, Steve, over the last 2 months, I have been able to interact with 3 veterans, 2 Marines and 1 Navy individual. And one of the biggest heartbreaks I had over in northern Kentucky in the Florence area, a guy was single, 62 years old. He lost 2 cats and a dog. Now, that was his family. We talked on my tailgate of my pickup truck for a long time, and then as we went in to try to see what we could salvage immediately, he showed me a picture of him in his military dress blues, a Marine, and he was almost in tears. And I said, well, let me take that to our facility and see what we could do to clean it up. And he looked at me and said, this doesn't leave my possession. Oh my gosh. You know, it just broke my heart, you know, to feel this guy's pain after a fire. Now, Steve, here's what I've also learned in doing this over the last few months. The number of people that are renters that do not have renter's insurance is astounding. Now, I'm renting an apartment in Harrison, Ohio. My renter's insurance cost me a whopping $120 a year. Now, if you do the math, that's a McDonald's meal once a month. And the number of people that do not have renter's insurance is just amazing, because now they've lost everything and there's no possible recovery from it.
Wow.
Currently, I'm heading to a fire in Trotwood, Ohio. Now, my work hours are different. I don't go in the office until 7 o'clock, so I'm getting up after the show is off in most cases. But I do have a system that gives me an alarm when there is a structure fire within my market, which is from Columbus, Ohio to Lexington. So I did a few of those at the middle of the night, but it's a whole different spin.
So you're up bright and early this morning, though, for whatever reason.
Yes, sir. I'm on the way to Trotwood. I'm just now coming into Dayton, Ohio. Still a few minutes away from my target address, but yep, I do get up when I'm driving, but miss all the cast of characters. Like that, I got to hear Rambler this morning, and his message, always a good message. But yeah, I live right around the corner. Now, the unfortunate thing about me taking a job here is that, well, I'm kind of going through a divorce now. And it's a little awkward to be dating at age 70.
Okay, I bet, yeah.
Yeah, but, things happen. And my wife got to talking to a truck driver at the company she works for that had lost his wife about 10 months ago. And, they were having a boo-hoo conversation or two, and the next thing you know, they're an item. So, hey, life happens. And I've learned, Steve, that you play the hand you dealt, not the hand you won, but realistically, you play the hand you dealt, and every day is a gift.
Well, I know you've been you've been listening for many, many years. I saw that you actually saw the post from Daryl Parks. I mean, you got to meet him over the years at 700, didn't you?
I did. I was on studio with 700 numerous times, and I got to meet Daryl Parks. And life, you never know when your ticket is going to be punched. Every day is a gift, and you can't live in history. You learn from history, but you can't live in it. Daryl Parks was a great person. For that to happen to his wife, is devastating. But at the end of the day, think about this, Steve. There was a fella in northern Ohio, and I wish I could recall the location or even the gentleman's name. He was diagnosed with terminal cancer. And he was given 6 months to live. That's it, 6 months. What he spent the last 6 months of his life doing was opening the door and greeting people at the cancer facility with a smile and a prayer. Now, could you imagine?
Wow.
Again, you deal with adversity. You know who George Foster is, right?
Absolutely.
I was at a banquet one time, and I'm at the head table with George Foster, and I said, so what are you going to talk about? He said, I'm not always sure. I speak from the heart, and I don't do a lot of preparation. I just speak from the heart. What's on my mind? What's on my heart? And I said, okay. Well, when he started talking, his message was so profound that I had to write it down. We will not be remembered by the adversity that we are challenged by, but we will be remembered by our challenge to adversity. Think about that.
I guess you call those deep thoughts, right? Points to ponder.
I had to write it down, Steve, because the whole discussion was such a moving talk. I had to write it down. And who would have thought George Foster was that inspirational?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard Coach Kerry Combs speak?
I have not, actually. I've seen him on the sideline back at the Coleraine High School football days, but that's about it. I went to school with his wife.
Holly?
Yeah.
Fantastic. You know, Kerry, I had him come to Rumpke about 3 different times and speak to various levels of management. So imagine this, a guy from Cleveland, Ohio, comes to our Cincinnati office, doesn't know who Kerry Combs is from nothing, but leaves that meeting thinking, my gosh, what an inspirational individual. Makes me feel like I want to run through fire with gasoline drawers on. Now think about that kind of leadership that we have all around us, but we focus so much on the negative that we ignore the positive. You know, it's funny. You went to school with Holly. Did you ever meet her father, Harold Gibson?
No, that I did not. She was 1 year ahead of me through middle school and even at Coleraine. So.
Well, Harold Gibson was my principal at Coleraine Middle School, and more than once he had the pleasure of giving me a nice little pat on the butt. If I got sent to the office, Harold Gibson would reach down the lower right-hand drawer, pull that paddle out, and put it up on the desk, and have this big southern smile on his face. Now, fast forward, years later, I'm at the PD processing an arrest, and all of a sudden I hear the voice, undeniable voice of Harold Gibson. And I'm like, holy crap. I walk over, look at him, shook his hand. He looked at my name tag, looked at my badge, and he said, Stone, I'm not familiar with seeing you in this position. I said, sir, should I bend over and grab my ankles?
Right. Oh, boy.
Yeah. A lot of great history. You know, I'm sad for what's going on, but I'm happy to be back in Cincinnati around friends and family. And just a note, I have a gift for you. My FOP Lodge 113, we have some new challenge coins, and sooner or later I'm going to drop one off at the bunker.
That sounds great. Cool.
All right, my friend. Well, I'm getting ready to get up to my exit. Hopefully there's nobody injured in this fire up here tonight. And keep on trucking, everybody, and stay safe.
Thank you for checking in, Larry. Good to hear from you. And yeah, it's been a long time, right? All right, what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. Let me jump on down and grab Wheelchair Dave checks in this morning. Hello, Dave. How we doing?
Hey, Steve. I'm glad you got me coming in right after Larry, because hopefully Larry is still listening to the show. I got, and you're talking about Daryl Parks, okay? And I saw how you got all a teardrop there and everything, and I don't blame you at all for his wife.
Yeah.
There's a fellow I used to know, Alan Browning on WLW. Alan used to do a show in 1977, 78, around there. Larry will remember this one, called Desperate and Dateless.
Yes.
What's the name?
Yes.
Do you remember hearing about that show or hearing about that show?
I tuned into that show a time or two. Yes.
Well, Larry, hats off to you now that you're divorced. Maybe Steve Sommers can do the Desperate and Dateless, or maybe To Always Moving as well. If I could throw that out there. And Pappy, instead of giving a big cookie to Always Moving, how about taking her to brunch up there at the Golden Lamb or something like that?
There you go. All right, Golden Lamb. Boy, I think I ate there one time in my life.
Yeah, it goes Always Moving. I guess she's from Wilmington there, so she'll probably has eaten there many, many times. But thanks for taking my call, and you have a great weekend.
Thank you. Good to hear from you there. Wheelchair Dave down in Lake Lanier, Georgia. All right, so let's get our news break in here. We'll come back. More of your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The summer is just starting and temperatures across the country are getting the memo. The sweltering heat is continuing Thursday in the deep south with some areas hitting 110 degrees. Heat advisories are in effect from Florida to the Great Lakes. Fed Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell wrapped up 2 days of testifying on Capitol Hill following the Fed's approval of a large interest rate increase. Powell saying the Fed Reserve understands the impact of high inflation and that supply chain disruptions are continuing in Asia and could cause inflation to continue rising.
The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is boosting prices for gasoline and fuel and is creating additional upward pressure on inflation.
Inflation sitting at a 40-year high. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, let's quickly get back to the calls here. See, is that Daryl?
Yes, this is a Daryl that had the penny story the other day.
Oh,
Steve?
Good morning, Daryl. Yes.
Well, if Rambler's still on the phone, I want to give him a sermon illustration. Based on John 3:16, salvation is internal, it is external, it is eternal. And that'll preach in any church. And I want to tell you that Holly, you said was Holly Gibson. My wife's a speech pathologist, and she and Holly used to teach together in the Coleraine district called Northwest there.
Right.
And I talked to her many times. And I listened to Daryl Parks. Was he on Saturday morning off and on at WLW?
Correct, yeah, for many years. Yep, did the Saturday mornings.
I always enjoyed his show. I just always thought he had something to say. And Rambler was talking about the cost of funerals. I just helped a family with a cremation. It was $1,984. And I helped another family with a regular funeral with a viewing, and it was $13,000.
Wow.
And he was right on target with his cost. And if people have had COVID, FEMA will pay for their funeral. A lot of people don't know that. But it took me about 6 months, but I paid for a lady's funeral. It was a cremation, and they did send me a check. So if anybody out there has had someone who passed away and they had COVID, go to the funeral home and they will help you fill out the paperwork to pay for the funeral.
Very good. Well, good to hear from you, Daryl. Thank you for checking in. Any big plans for your
Thank
weekend?
you for the show. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. There you go. All right, let's head on down and see if we can get Gilligan. What's up?
Oh, not much, Steve. Just driving up 220, 8 degrees a cup.
Oh, boy.
Interesting morning. Yeah, you was talking earlier about how the Supreme Court ruled on the concealed carry permit case. Yeah, it's about time they lifted these restrictions in these states. I was under the impression that Illinois still did not have a concealed carry permit law, but actually they do. I think the last holdout, and I did some research into it, in 2013, they passed the concealed carry permit law, which shocked me. They would be one of the ones like New York or California and stuff, you would think. But, it's still, the things in Chicago is just an absolute mess. But like most people know, the state of Illinois is totally different than once you get out of the Chicago area. Now, another thing, some things a lot of people don't realize is some states have
Reciprocity. Yeah.
I can't get the word out. My West Virginia concealed carry permit is honored by, I think, 20-some states. And nobody has in Ohio, same thing. Also, you have constitutional carry in Ohio. We have it in West Virginia and Virginia. Now, that's, a lot of people I've heard say, well, that's just crazy. Oh, Lord, people be carrying guns everywhere. The cops won't know who has a gun. Well, the cops don't know who has a gun, and they always have to worry about somebody having a gun. Just because you have constitutional carry does not change that fact. It's just the criminal's going to carry a gun, whether it's lawful or not. Rambler was talking there about how the cost of funerals. Well, this will just give you an example of how much difference funerals are in different areas. Now, I live in a very rural area, and when we unfortunately had to make the arrangements for my son back there 2 months ago, believe it or not, Steve, that's been over 2 months ago, and my son passed away. And they said to be an actual funeral, we're talking, not very cremated, just the funeral was between $8,000 and $11,000. Yeah. Now it's amazing in how much different a funeral costs in certain areas, isn't it? Yeah. Well, one thing I'm going to touch on, if you don't mind, next week, I think I'm going to introduce a new character to the show.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be a Charlie Farquharson impersonator. Now, some of your listeners know who Charlie Farquharson was. And those that don't, I think I can bring their memory back. Charlie Farquharson happened to be the radio announcer on KRN Radio on Hee Haw from Cornfield County. He was the guy in the brown sweater, the brown pants, the brown shoes, the brown hat. And as he done his radio announcing, they had a chicken in the back window behind him. He done things on very rural areas, some made up little community out in the middle of nowhere. But I think I'm a heck of a ways at it. I always thought Charlie was a very amusing man, and of course he will have a sponsor, and the sponsor has an announcement to make starting next week. I'm still sure you all will stay tuned to hear the Charlie Farquharson impersonation.
I'll bet.
I hope everybody has a great, safe weekend, and talk to you next week. Good night.
Be anticipating with bated breath. Let's see. Eagle, hanging in there. What's going on?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm still here. I fell asleep a little bit earlier. You know something, Steve? I want to talk about the Supreme Court deal. I heard something on the radio today. I listened to Sean Hannity's show. And I think what's going on, people are asking the question, what's the delay on the abortion deal? I don't know if you said anything about this. But from what they're saying is they're probably going to wait until next week on Friday, like they normally do, right before the holiday. So they figure that a lot of people are going to be busy, getting ready for the 4th of July. What you say?
Going to be busy, going out of town, maybe not paying attention to the news, kind of thing.
Yeah, it'll be late at night. 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Right before they go on out recess or something. I think they're supposed to go on recess. The Congress or whatever the hell. I think have they already done it? But yeah, like I said, they think that a lot of people are not going to be paying attention on Friday, so they're going to be getting ready for the long, 4th of July weekend, and they figure, but that's not going to stop. I don't believe because, if they don't do what these so-called protesters want them to do, I believe that those people are going to be ready to go into action, whether it's the 4th of July or not. if they don't get the ruling that they want. So we'll see what happens, next week, because a lot of people have been saying, what's the delay, what's taking so long. But I believe that's what's going on, and they're trying to wait until the 4th of July to see what happens. And, like I said, as for, the violence and all that stuff, it's not called for, like I told you last night, Steve, setting things on fire and fighting with the police, which, could occur. All that's just totally unnecessary, and these people need to be arrested. We can't allow what happened to happen in 2020 and 2019 to happen again, Steve, with what happened in some of the Minneapolis, some of these major cities. We can't let people, these groups just run wild in America again. So we're right. We had a president in Donald Trump that actually tried to stop it. Can you imagine with Joe Biden in the White House, what would happen, Steve? Things would be totally out of control if they let these people, do what they want to do. So we got to put a stop to it before it even starts. And now, as far as Joe Biden goes, Steve, he continues on with the same old story. Every news conference about the gas prices. I went over that with you last night. One of your callers called in last night. I'm not gonna mention the guy's name because I don't get into that controversy stuff. Apparently, he still likes to do that. But like I said, Steve, the 18 cents means absolutely nothing. This guy's talking about building the money up over a year. Even if you build the money up over a year of saving 18 cents on a gallon of diesel or gas, it still adds up to nothing. Like I said, you're still getting ripped off one way or the other, Steve. Simple as that. You still paying over $5 a gallon, and like I said, that guy, he said you might save $5. Like I said, since he wants to play that game, go in a truck stop and see what you can buy at a gas station. See what you walk out with $5. Since he said my $2 wasn't accurate, go into say the $5 that you save on your fuel. See what you can buy with that, since you think Joe Biden is doing you such a big favor by saving you 18 cents a gallon. It's hard to believe somebody would even bring up something like that, Steve. But like I said, Joe Biden is definitely not your friend. If you didn't know that by now, you never will. And it just amazes me when people actually support this guy when the guy is definitely not supporting you. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Eagle, thanks for checking in. Have a great weekend, and we'll be right back.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up, and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I've been talking all week about the heat wave, scorching heat, the triple-digit highs, central states for much of this month. Unlike earlier this week, the heat's not going to reach quite as far to the north, not going to reach the upper Midwest. So a more comfortable weekend, but the dome of extreme heat will be contracting toward the south central states here into the weekend. After record-challenging near 100-degree highs as far east as the Carolinas and Georgia, here midweek, another brief surge in heat comes our way Saturday over the mid-Mississippi Valley and lower portions of the Ohio Valley. How about St. Louis? Saturday's record of 102 that was set in 1954. It may be tough to equal, but you're going to be into at least the middle 90s anyway. Some daily records will fall from Tennessee, Mississippi, and Louisiana to Texas, right on into the weekend. All right, the heat indices are going to be 110, approaching 115 degrees in some areas. All right, they look at some of the other cities. How about our friends there in Houston? Houston has racked up a couple of triple-digit highs over the weekend, last weekend, and Monday. Several more triple-digit highs are anticipated as we head into the weekend. Saturday's high forecast of 100, kind of making a run at the old record of 102, set back in 2012. All right, meanwhile, back to the phones we go here. Big Sexy on board. Hey there, happy Friday.
Morning, Steve.
Morning.
Oh, no. Oh, gosh. There was a deer.
You didn't
I
hit him.
almost got another one.
I was going to say,
no,
you
I didn't hit it.
him.
It made it across the road.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, you talking about that heat. I know all about that. Ooh. I'll be glad when it cools off some.
You've been on like in the 90s all week, hadn't you?
Oh yeah. I think we're supposed to see like Sunday or Monday. The high is supposed to be in the high 80s, so it's supposed to cool down a little bit. A cold front's supposed to come in this weekend.
Okay.
But we need it. Not as hot this week as it was last week. It was really bad last week.
Cooking.
Hitting the hundreds last week.
Yep.
I missed a lot of the first of the show last night and tonight. I don't know if you touch on that deal I sent you about that correctional officer being killed.
I'm trying to recall. I don't recall if I did or not.
He worked for I think it's Perry County, Arkansas. He was booking a guy in and he was standing there in the restroom, having him changing out of his regular clothes into the jail outfit.
Yeah.
And somehow the guy got a gun in there and shot him and killed him.
I'll be darned. I don't think I got that one. I must have missed it.
I think I sent it to you again. I think I sent you a follow-up on it tonight about, you probably already on the air, about 12 our time, so around the 1 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Before I left the house. But now he's charged with capital murder. But I don't know how in the world he got past the officer bringing him in. They must not have searched him very well to get in there with a gun.
Yeah.
But the state police is investigating a 21-year-old correctional. Here, a lot of the sheriff's departments, the people start off, the deputies will start off working in the jails, and then later on move to patrol or whatever. So he was only 21-year-old working in the jail.
Wow.
So whoever let that guy in there with that gun, that's a nominee for the DA of the week.
No doubt. Yeah. Sad.
Yeah. But yeah, I hadn't talked to you in a while, so I thought I'd get in here. I almost didn't get in. I lost signal while ago. I was on hold and lost signal and had to call right back in. So, but I'll let you maybe squeeze another one in if you can before the end of the show.
All right. Well,
you have a good weekend.
You do the same. Thank you for checking in. All right, let me see. There's Eskimo Mom as we wind things down. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. My heart goes out to Daryl Parks. I've listened to him for years, and I know and for his Facebook posting, I have a sneaking suspicion that it was some of his training kicking in, or it was the fact that he was in shock. Because I was roughly in the same boat when my mom passed away. It's like I posted it right after she passed away, and it was numb at the time, and try to get the news out. So I'm just hoping that he was in that stage. But he's gonna be going through a roller coaster ride for a while.
No doubt about it, yeah. I mean, I actually only met his wife one time, and I think she worked at Critical Mass Media that was owned by our same company, but I just met her once, but I just can't imagine emotionally, mentally what he's having to go through right now.
Oh, definitely. I saw it with my mom when my stepdad passed away, and she kind of knew what was coming because he had colon cancer. But it just depends on if you know it was coming or if it was all of a sudden. It takes a toll on you in different ways. When you know it's coming, you can kind of prepare. But when it's all of a sudden, it's like you're just everything hits at once.
Right. Yeah. I didn't get to see, I don't know if he even explained in any of the follow-ups or other comments what actually happened to her. I didn't see anything where it was expected, because, I mean, the photograph he shared, I mean, they were both big smiles just a week ago, enjoying a beautiful weekend. But all right. Well, thank you much, Eskimo Mom. Oh, and I got your email there about the fire there that destroyed the home early this morning in Trotwood, Ohio. It's probably where Larry was headed. We're probably on the scene by now there in Trotwood, Ohio. All right, with that, what do we see here? We wrap things up on a Friday morning. Coming up here in a matter of minutes, when we close things out, it is the newest installment of the fastest-growing show on TNC Radio, Mind Your Truckin' Business. It sounds very interesting. I may just stick around and tune in for that myself. Cybersecurity is the discussion. Cybersecurity for truck drivers. The conversation between James, Tom, and Jamie is kind of shocking. They say James is flabbergasted when Tom shows him all the personal information he can dig up on him by just having his name and email address. And then before things wrap up on the program, they'll lay out 5 things everyone should be doing to make their trucking business more secure. After which, it's Ron Samuels continues his journey through the history of popular music this Friday morning. This week, it's the tenors. Yep, those tenors, and a few others as well. So you have yourself a wonderful weekend. Be safe out there, and if all goes according to plan, we'll join you back here at the midnight hour, Sunday night into a Monday morning, to get a brand new week started. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. hurt as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I